I used to think that the sun was a friend to anyone who lived out in the country. It was the signal to start the day, and the light that guided you back to the porch before the mosquitoes got too thick. My house sat on 30 acres of flat land that had been in my family for 3 generations. Most of it was overgrown brush and tall grass that did not serve much purpose anymore. The centerpiece of the property was a wide circular field about 500 yards from my back door. It was a strange patch of earth because nothing ever grew there except for a thin layer of grayish moss. Around the edges of this circle stood several jagged limestone pillars and a few ancient oak trees that looked like they were reaching for something they could never quite touch. The first time I noticed the anomaly was a Tuesday in late October. I was standing on my back deck sipping a glass of lukewarm water and watching the sun begin its descent toward the horizon. The sky was a bruised shade of purple and orange. As the light faded, I saw the shadows of the oak trees beginning to stretch. Usually a shadow just lies flat and follows the angle of the light, but these shadows were different. They did not just lengthen. They seemed to sharpen. They looked like long black fingers extending from the base of the trees and pointing directly toward the center of the mossy field. I told myself it was just the way the ground sloped. I told myself that the uneven terrain was playing tricks on my eyes. I walked down the porch steps and into the grass. The air was unusually still for that time of year. There was no wind to rustle the dry leaves, and the crickets had gone silent far earlier than they should have. As I got closer to the edge of the field, I stopped. The shadows from the stones and the trees were moving. They were not moving with the sun. They were creeping forward with a jerky stop and start motion like the hand of a broken clock. Every shadow from every surrounding object was converging on the exact center of that empty circle. I stood there for 5 minutes just watching. My heart started to thud against my ribs because the math of it did not make sense. The sun was behind me to the west, but some of the shadows were stretching from the north and south. They were defying the laws of light. I decided to go back inside. I told myself that I was tired and that I had been working too many hours at the hardware store. I locked the back door and pulled the curtains shut. That night I sat on my couch and tried to watch television, but the silence of the house felt heavy. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. I kept thinking about those black shapes reaching for the center of the field. What were they trying to touch? What happened when they finally met in the middle? I did not sleep well that night. I dreamed of long, thin hands pulling at the corners of my blankets. The next day I tried to stay busy. I cleaned the gutters and organized the shed. I avoided looking at the field until the sun began to dip again. It was like a magnetic pull. I found myself standing at the edge of the property line at 5:30 in the afternoon. The shadows were already halfway across the moss. This time I noticed something new. In the very center of the field where the shadows were heading, there was a small indentation in the ground. It was not a hole exactly, but a dip in the earth that seemed to swallow the light. I walked out onto the moss. The temperature dropped instantly. It felt like walking into a walk-in freezer. My breath misted in front of my face in thin white clouds. I looked down at my own shadow. It was not pointing toward the center like the others. It was twisting away from me as if it were trying to detach itself from my boots. I felt a surge of genuine panic. I turned around and ran back to the house. I did not stop until I was inside with the deadbolt turned. I spent the evening pacing the kitchen floor. I told myself that there must be a logical explanation involving mineral deposits in the soil or some kind of strange magnetic field. People see weird things in the woods all the time. It does not mean it is supernatural. It just means the world is a big place with secrets we do not understand yet. On the third day, the air felt thick like it was made of water. I woke up with a headache that would not go away. I spent most of the day in a daze. When 5 o'clock rolled around, I felt an overwhelming urge to go back to the field. It was not curiosity anymore. It felt like a command. I grabbed a flashlight and walked out into the dusk. The shadows were longer now and darker than they had been the day before. They looked like ink spilling across the gray moss. They were only a few feet away from the center point now. I stood at the very edge of the circle and watched as the tip of a shadow from a jagged rock touched the tip of a shadow from a dead oak tree. There was no sound, but I felt a vibration in the soles of my feet. It was a low thrumming like a distant engine. One by one, the other shadows joined them. They swirled together in the center of the field, creating a pool of pure blackness that seemed to have depth. It looked like a hole had been cut out of the world. I shone my flashlight at it, but the beam did not bounce back. The darkness just drank the light. I heard a sound then. It was a soft, wet, scraping noise. It sounded like someone dragging a heavy rug across a stone floor. The sound was coming from the center of the dark pool. I froze. My logic was failing me. I could no longer tell myself this was a trick of the light. I saw something begin to rise from the center of the shadows. It was thin and pale, and it moved with the same jerky motion I had seen in the shadows earlier. It looked like a human arm, but it was too long, and the elbow bent in the wrong direction. I backed away slowly. I did not want to make a sound. My boots felt like they weighed 50 pounds each. The thing in the center of the field continued to emerge. It was a silhouette that was darker than the night sky around it. It had no face that I could see, but I felt its attention fix on me. The scraping sound grew louder and faster. It was crawling out of the hole that the shadows had built. I turned and bolted for the house. I did not look back until I was through the door and leaning my full weight against it. I went to the window and peeked through a tiny gap in the curtains. The field was empty now. The sun was completely gone and the shadows had vanished into the general darkness of the night, but I knew it was out there. I could feel a presence in the yard that had not been there before. It was a cold, heavy feeling that made the hair on my arms stand up. I checked every window and every door. I stayed in the middle of the living room with every light in the house turned on. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a soft tap on the glass of the back door. It was not a knock. It was the sound of a fingernail clicking against the pane. Tap, tap, tap. I did not move. I did not breathe. I sat on the floor and stared at the door. I told myself it was a branch. I told myself it was a bird that had been confused by the porch light. But there are no trees close enough to the house to touch that window, and birds do not tap in patterns of 3. The tapping moved. I heard it against the siding of the house. It moved upward toward the roof. I heard the shingles groan under a weight that seemed to shift and slide. Whatever had come out of that field was now on top of my home. I could hear it moving directly above me. It sounded like something was dragging its belly across the wood. I realized then that the shadows had not just been a visual phenomenon. They were a bridge. They were a way for something that does not belong in our light to find its way into our world. I spent the rest of the night in the bathtub with a kitchen knife in my hand. It was the only room in the house without a window. I listened to the scratching and the tapping until the first hint of gray light began to show under the bathroom door. When the sun finally rose, the sound stopped instantly. I gathered my keys and my wallet and I walked out of that house. I did not pack a bag. I did not look toward the field. I got into my truck and I drove until I reached the city. I called the police from a diner 2 towns away. I told them someone was trespassing on my property. They sent an officer out to check the house. He called me an hour later and said everything looked fine. He said there were no signs of forced entry and no one was on the property. He did mention one thing though. He asked me if I had been doing some kind of construction in the field behind the house. I asked him why. He said there was a circle of gray moss that looked like it had been scorched by a fire, even though there was no ash or smell of smoke. I never went back to live in that house. I sold it at a loss a month later to a developer who wanted the land for a warehouse. I did not tell him about the field. I did not tell him about the shadows. I sometimes wonder if the warehouse was ever built or if the workers noticed the way the light behaved at sundown. Every evening when the sun begins to set, I find myself checking the floor around me. I watch the shadows of the furniture and the shadows of the trees outside my new apartment. I am always looking for that jerky stop and start motion. I am always waiting to see if they start pointing toward me, because I know now that shadows are not just the absence of light. Sometimes they are a doorway, and once a doorway is opened, it is very hard to close it again. I still do not sleep with the lights off. I do not think I ever will again. The dark is not empty. It is just waiting for the shadows to gather. The transition to city life did not bring the peace I expected. I rented a small apartment on the 4th floor of a brick building where the streetlights hummed with a constant yellow glow. I chose this place specifically because the surrounding buildings were tall and the windows were narrow. I wanted to limit the ways the light could enter. I wanted to control the geometry of the rooms, but the city has its own kind of darkness. It is a fragmented and jagged darkness made of concrete corners and iron fire escapes. Even here the sun must set. Every evening at 5:30 o'clock I find myself standing in the center of my living room. I do not look at the television. I do not look at my phone. I watch the legs of the coffee table. I watch the way the shadow of the floor lamp stretches across the hardwood. The developer who bought the property called me 6 months after the sale. His voice sounded thin and reedy over the line. He asked me if I had ever noticed any issues with the soil stability in the back acreage. I told him I had not. I lied because I knew that if I told him the truth, he would think I was insane. He told me that the construction crew had walked off the job site after 3 days. He said the foreman reported that the heavy machinery would not stay running once it crossed the perimeter of the mossy circle. The engines would simply cough and die, as if the air itself had lost the ability to support combustion. He also mentioned that the men refused to stay past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They claimed the shadows of the crane were moving against the wind. I hung up the phone and changed my number the next morning. I thought I could outrun the memory, but the memory is not what I should have been worried about. It is the connection. I began to notice the first change in November. I was sitting in a crowded coffee shop on a bright Saturday afternoon. The sun was streaming through the front window and casting long rectangles of light across the floor. I was nursing a cup of black coffee and trying to read a book when I saw a flicker in the corner of my eye. I looked down at the floor. My shadow was sitting in the chair with me. That was normal. But as I watched, the edge of my shadow began to fray. It looked like ink dissolving in water. The silhouette of my head began to stretch toward the person sitting at the table next to me. I moved my arm to see if the shadow would follow. It did not. My physical arm was raised, but the shadow arm remained resting on the table. It began to reach out toward the shadow of the woman sitting nearby. I felt a cold prickle of electricity run down my spine. I stood up so quickly that my chair scraped loudly against the tile. I bolted out of the door and into the street. I did not stop running until I was back in my apartment with the lights turned on. I realized then that the thing from the field had not stayed in the field. It had marked me. It had changed the way my body interacted with the light. I was no longer a solid object, casting a simple reflection of absence. I was becoming a conduit. I stopped going out during the day. I took a job working from home doing data entry for a logistics firm. I worked during the night and slept during the hours when the sun was highest. I covered my windows with heavy black plastic and sealed the edges with duct tape. I lived in a world of artificial light. I bought 20 floor lamps and positioned them so that there were no dark corners in my apartment. I wanted to erase every shadow. I wanted to live in a bright white void where nothing could reach for me, but you cannot truly erase a shadow. You can only drown it in more light until it becomes a ghost of itself. 3 weeks ago, the power went out. It was 2:15 o'clock in the morning. A heavy storm had rolled through the city and a transformer nearby had exploded. The hum of my lamps died instantly. The silence that followed was the same heavy ringing silence I had felt back at the farmhouse. I sat at my desk and felt the darkness press against my skin. It felt cold. It felt wet. I reached for the flashlight I kept in my desk drawer, but my fingers felt numb and clumsy. I dropped the flashlight and it rolled across the floor. I heard a sound from the kitchen. It was that same soft, wet, scraping noise. It was the sound of a heavy rug being dragged across wood. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I knew that sound. I knew it better than I knew the sound of my own voice. I crawled toward the corner of the room and pressed my back against the wall. I did not want anything to be behind me. I stared into the darkness of the hallway. I saw a shape beginning to form. It was not a solid thing. It was a pocket of deeper blackness that moved with a jerky stop and start motion. It was the arm I had seen in the field. It was thin and pale, and the elbow was bent at an impossible angle. The arm reached out from the darkness and gripped the edge of the door frame. I heard the wood groan and crack under the pressure. Then another arm appeared, then a head. It had no eyes, it had no mouth. It was just a smooth surface of grayish skin that seemed to absorb the dim light from the streetlights outside. It pulled itself into the room. It did not walk. It slid across the floor like a snake. Every time it moved, I felt a vibration in the floorboards. It was the low thrumming of a distant engine. It was the heartbeat of the field. I closed my eyes and prayed for the sun to rise. I prayed for the power to come back on. I felt the temperature in the room drop until I could see my own breath. I felt a cold hand touch my ankle. The skin felt like wet parchment. It did not pull me. It just held me. It was as if it were waiting for something. I realized then that it was not trying to kill me. It was trying to use me. I was the anchor. I was the reason it could exist in this place. The shadows had followed me because I was the one who had watched them converge. I was the witness. The power flickered back on at 3:45 o'clock. The light flooded the room and the thing vanished instantly. There was no puff of smoke. There was no sound of a retreat. It was simply gone. But when I looked down at my ankle, there was a bruise in the shape of a long, thin hand. The skin was gray and cold to the touch. I spent the rest of the night scrubbing the floor where it had been, but the coldness would not go away. The floorboards remained chilled, as if the wood had been frozen from the inside out. I cannot stay in this apartment anymore. I cannot stay in this city. I have spent the last few days driving. I do not have a destination. I just drive toward the light. I follow the sun across the country. When the sun begins to set, I find a motel with the brightest neon signs I can find. I check into a room and I turn on every light. I move the furniture so that I am sitting in the exact center of the room. I watch the shadows. I watch the way they point. They are always pointing toward the center of the room now. They are always pointing toward me. I saw a news report on a television in a diner yesterday. They were talking about the warehouse project back on my old land. The construction had been abandoned entirely. The report said the site was being investigated for environmental hazards. They showed a drone shot of the property from high above. The warehouse was half finished. The steel beams looked like a rib cage rising out of the earth. but what caught my eye was the field. The circle of gray moss had grown. It was no longer a small patch 500 yards from the house. It had expanded until it touched the foundation of the old home. It looked like a giant eye staring up at the sky. In the center of that eye there was a dark spot. From the air it looked like a hole. I knew what it was. It was the pool of shadows. It was the doorway, and it was getting wider. Every time a shadow touches me, it makes the doorway a little bigger. Every time I feel that cold grip on my ankle, I am helping it pull more of itself into our world. I am the bridge. I realize that the shadows are not just pointing at me because they want to find me. They are pointing at me because I am the destination. They are trying to find their way home, and I am the only door they have left. I am currently sitting in a motel room in the middle of the desert. The sun is about to go down. The sky is a bruised shade of purple and orange. I have already turned on the bedside lamps and the light in the bathroom. I have blocked the gap under the door with a towel. I am sitting on the bed with my back against the headboard. I am watching the shadow of the television stand. It is beginning to sharpen. It is beginning to reach across the carpet. It is moving with that jerky stop and start motion. I know what will happen when the sun disappears. The shadows will converge in the center of this room. They will create a pool of blackness on the cheap polyester bedspread, and that thin, pale arm will reach out to find me. I do not have a knife anymore. I do not have a plan. I only have the light, but the light is fading. The desert is a big place, but it is not big enough to hide from your own shadow. I wonder how many other people are sitting in rooms just like this one. I wonder how many other doorways have been opened in fields and forests across the world. The tapping has started again. It is not on the window this time. It is coming from inside the wall. Tap, tap, tap. It is the sound of a fingernail clicking against the plaster. It is moving toward the ceiling. I can hear the wood groan. I can hear the weight shifting above me. I am closing my eyes now. I do not want to see it emerge. I do not want to see the face that has no eyes. I will just sit here in the fading light and wait for the cold. The sun is not a friend to anyone who has seen the shadows move. It is just a timer, and my time is almost up. The dark is not empty. It is full of hands, and they are all reaching for me. The ceiling of the motel room groaned under a weight that did not belong to the physical world. I sat on the edge of the polyester bedspread and watched the shadow of the ceiling fan begin to spin. The fan was not turned on. The blades were stationary and thick with dust, yet the shadow on the white plaster above me was rotating with a violent and jerky motion. It looked like a black blade cutting through the light of the bedside lamp. I could hear the sound of the motor hum in the soles of my feet. It was that same low thrumming that I had first felt in the field behind the farmhouse. It was the sound of a heart beating in a chest made of cold stone and old silence. I stood up and backed into the corner of the bathroom. I did not turn off the light. I wanted the glare of the fluorescent bulb to burn my eyes. I wanted the brightness to be so intense that it would erase the possibility of any dark corner. But as I stood there, I saw the shadow of my own body begin to change. It was no longer a silhouette of a man. It was stretching and thinning. The arms of my shadow reached out toward the towel rack and the mirror. They moved independently of my own limbs. I held my hands in front of my face to prove that I was still in control of my flesh. My hands were shaking, but they were mine. My shadow, however, was reaching for the light switch. I lunged forward to stop it, but there was nothing to grab. My fingers passed through the empty air where the shadow arm was projected. The plastic switch clicked down. The bathroom plunged into darkness. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the wet, scraping noise that now filled the small room. I felt a cold wind whistle past my ears. It smelled of damp earth and scorched moss. I scrambled back toward the main room where the bedside lamps were still fighting the dark. I tripped over the edge of the carpet and fell hard on my knees. The shadow pool had formed in the center of the bed. It was a perfect circle of absolute black. It looked like a hole that had been drilled into the mattress. I watched as the thin, pale arm emerged from the center of the pool. It was longer than before. The skin was the color of a dead fish, and it was covered in a layer of translucent slime. The fingers were long and needle-thin. They gripped the edge of the blanket and pulled. The entire bed began to tilt toward the hole. The heavy wooden frame groaned as it was dragged into the void. I scrambled toward the door of the motel room. I reached for the handle, but my hand stopped an inch away. The metal was covered in a layer of thick gray frost. I could see the crystals growing in real time. The cold was so intense that it radiated from the door like a physical wall. I turned back to the room and saw the rest of the creature emerging. It did not have a torso in the way a human does. It was a series of jointed limbs and pale segments that looked like the underside of a centipede. It had no face. Where the eyes should have been, there were only two shallow depressions filled with a swirling gray mist. It did not move toward me. It simply stood in the center of the room and began to vibrate. The thrumming sound grew louder until the glass in the windows began to crack. I covered my ears and collapsed to the floor. I could feel the vibration in my teeth. I could feel it in my marrow. The creature began to emit a sound that was not a voice. It was a series of clicks and whistles that sounded like a radio searching for a signal between stations. It was a language of geometry and distance. It was calling out to the other doorways. I realized then that the desert was not empty. Outside the motel room, I could hear the sound of 100 feet dragging across the sand. I could hear the clicking of 1,000 fingernails against the exterior walls. The motel was being surrounded. The shadows of the Joshua trees and the shadows of the rusted cars in the parking lot were all converging on this single point. I was the beacon. I was the light that was drawing them in. I had thought that by staying in the light, I was protecting myself. I was wrong. The light was just a frame that made the shadow more visible. The light was the only thing that gave the darkness a shape. I crawled toward the window and pulled back the curtain a fraction of an inch. The parking lot was gone. In its place was a sea of shifting blackness. The neon sign of the motel was flickering and dying. Every time the red light flashed, I saw hundreds of those pale, thin arms reaching up from the ground. They were swaying in the wind like stalks of wheat. They were all pointing toward my room. I let the curtain fall back into place. I knew there was no escape. The road I had been driving was not a path away from the farmhouse. It was a circle that led right back to the center of the field. The creature in the room took a step toward me. Its movement was so fast that my eyes could not track it. One moment it was by the bed, and the next it was standing directly over me. I looked up into the gray mist of its face. I felt a sense of profound and ancient hunger. It was not a hunger for my flesh. It was a hunger for my reality. It wanted to pull the color from my skin and the heat from my blood until I was nothing more than a shadow myself. It reached down and touched my forehead with a single cold finger. The world vanished. I was no longer in the motel room. I was standing in the center of the field behind the farmhouse. The sun was at the horizon, but it was not moving. It was trapped in a permanent state of setting. The sky was a deep and bruised purple that never changed. I looked around and saw thousands of people standing in the field. They were all perfectly still. They were all facing the same direction. I walked toward the nearest person and touched their shoulder. They did not move. I looked at their face and saw that their eyes were filled with the same gray mist I had seen in the creature. I looked down at my own feet. I did not have a shadow. The ground beneath me was uniform and gray. I realized that this was the place where the shadows went when the light was turned on. This was the other side of the doorway. We were the collection of things that had been pulled through the holes in the world. We were the echoes of the people who had watched the shadows move for too long. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my throat. My lungs were filled with the scent of scorched moss. I looked toward the horizon and saw the warehouse. It was finished now. It was a massive structure of black steel and glass that stretched for miles. It was not a warehouse for goods or machinery. It was a warehouse for the light that had been stolen from our world. I could see the beams of a billion flashlights and a billion suns trapped behind the glass. They were flickering and dimming as the creatures fed on them. The thrumming sound was deafening here. It was the sound of the universe being dismantled piece by piece. I felt a tugging at my ankle. I looked down and saw that the ground was beginning to swallow me. The gray moss was growing over my boots and climbing up my legs. I was becoming part of the field. I was becoming a permanent fixture in the landscape of the dark. I looked back one last time at the spot where the doorway had been. I saw a flicker of neon light. I saw the interior of the motel room for a brief second. I saw my own body lying on the floor. It looked like a discarded shell. It looked like a suit of clothes that someone had stepped out of. The doorway snapped shut. The flicker of neon was gone. I was left in the purple silence of the field. I turned to face the horizon with the rest of the silent people. I felt the cold settle into my heart. I felt the memory of the sun begin to fade. I tried to remember the name of the city I had lived in. I tried to remember the color of my truck's paint, but the thoughts were like smoke in a high wind. They were being pulled away from me by the creatures that lived in the mist. I am still here. I do not know how much time has passed because there is no time in the field. There is only the vibration and the hunger. Sometimes I feel a sudden jolt of electricity, and I know that someone back in the world of light has noticed their shadow moving in a way it should not move. I feel a brief connection to a living soul, and I try to warn them. I try to tell them to close their eyes and run, but I have no voice. I am only a vibration in the soles of their feet. I am only the cold, heavy feeling that makes the hair on their arms stand up. If you are reading this, you must understand that the darkness is not your enemy. The darkness is just the empty space where the light has not arrived yet. The enemy is the thing that uses the darkness to hide its shape. The enemy is the thing that waits for you to notice it. Once you see the shadows move, they will never be still again. They will wait until you are tired. They will wait until the power goes out or the sun goes down behind a cloud. They will wait until you are the only one left in the room. Do not look at the floor. Do not watch the way the light from the television stretches across the carpet. If you hear a tapping on the glass, do not go to the window. If you feel a cold hand touch your ankle in the middle of the night, do not scream. Just lie perfectly still and pretend that you are already gone. Maybe if you are quiet enough, they will pass you by. Maybe they will find another doorway to open, but I know that is a lie. They never stop searching once they have found a witness. The gray moss is up to my waist now. I can feel the roots wrapping around my ribs. I am becoming the field, and the field is becoming me. Soon I will not be able to think at all. I will just be another shadow pointing toward the next person who dares to look too closely at the dark. The sun is setting somewhere in your world right now. The shadows are beginning to join together in the center of the rooms. They are building their bridges. They are opening their doors. And there is nothing you can do to stop them. You can only watch. You can only wait for the thrumming to begin. I remember the smell of coffee. I remember the sound of rain on a tin roof. I remember the way the light felt on my face during a summer afternoon. Those memories are the only things I have left, and they are getting smaller every day. They are like stars in a sky that is being covered by a black blanket. One by one, they are winking out. Soon there will be nothing left but the purple sky and the silent people and the endless field of moss. I am not afraid anymore. Fear is a thing for people who still have a shadow. I am just a part of the silence now. I am just a part of the dark. I can hear a new sound now. It is the sound of a truck engine. It is distant, but it is real. Someone is driving down a long desert highway. They are tired and they are looking for a place to sleep. They see a neon sign flickering in the distance. They see a motel with a bright red light. They are turning into the parking lot. They are getting out of their car. They are walking toward the office to check in. They do not know that the room they are about to enter is empty. They do not know that the bed has been dragged into a hole. I wish I could tell them to keep driving. I wish I could tell them to go back to the city where the lights never go out. But I am just a vibration in the sand. I am just a flicker in the corner of their eye. They will enter the room and they will turn on the lamps. They will sit on the bed and they will look at the shadows of the furniture. And then they will see it. They will see the jerky stop and start motion. They will see the way the shadows point toward them. And the cycle will begin again. The doorway is always open for someone who is looking for a place to rest. The dark is never empty. It is just waiting for the next witness to arrive. The weight of the silence in the field was heavier than any physical burden I had ever carried. It was a thick and cloying pressure that seemed to push the very air out of my lungs. I stood among the thousands of others, and I watched the horizon where the black warehouse loomed like a jagged mountain of glass. There was no wind here, but the gray moss rippled as if something was swimming beneath the surface of the earth. I could feel the thin fibers of the moss beginning to weave into my skin. It was not a painful process, but it was a terrifying one. It was the feeling of being erased. I was no longer an individual with a name and a history. I was becoming a single stitch in a vast and rotting tapestry. The person standing next to me was a woman in a floral dress. The colors of the fabric had faded into a uniform shade of charcoal. Her hair was a tangle of gray mist that drifted around her head in a slow and ghostly motion. I reached out to touch her hand again, but this time my fingers did not pass through her. My hand merged with hers. Our skin became a single surface of cold marble. There was no warmth and there was no pulse. We were two statues carved from the same block of shadow. I looked into her eyes and I saw the reflection of the black warehouse. I saw the millions of trapped lights flickering behind the glass panes. I realized that the warehouse was not just a storage facility. It was a battery. The creatures were using the stolen light to power the expansion of their world. Every time a person in the world of the sun looked at a shadow and felt a chill, they were contributing a tiny spark of energy to this place. I tried to pull my hand away from the woman, but the connection was permanent. We were being fused together by the growth of the moss. I looked down at the ground and I saw that the legs of all the people in the field were merging into a single mass of gray root and stone. We were becoming a forest of flesh. We were the foundation upon which the creatures were building their new reality. The thrumming sound grew more intense, and I felt my consciousness begin to fracture. I was no longer just thinking my own thoughts. I was feeling the collective despair of everyone standing in the field. I felt the terror of a child who had seen a hand reach out from under the bed. I felt the confusion of an old man who had watched his own reflection walk away from the mirror. I felt the exhaustion of the truck driver who was currently walking into the motel room in the desert. I could see through the eyes of the driver. I was a passenger in his mind. He was a man named David, and he was 34 years old. He had a wife and 2 daughters waiting for him in a city 300 miles away. He was tired, and his eyes were bloodshot from the glare of the highway. He sat on the edge of the bed, and he reached for the remote control on the bedside table. He did not notice that the shadow of his hand reached the remote a second before his physical hand did. He did not notice that the shadow of the television was beginning to bleed into the carpet. He was thinking about the price of diesel and the sound of his youngest daughter laughing. Those thoughts were like bright golden threads in the middle of a dark room. I wanted to reach out and grab those threads. I wanted to pull myself back into his world. I focused all of my will on the connection. I ignored the cold of the moss and the pressure of the purple sky. I poured myself into the memory of the laughter. I felt a sudden jolt of heat. For a brief second, I was standing in the motel room. I could smell the stale tobacco and the industrial cleaner. I could feel the weight of the air conditioning unit vibrating in the wall. David looked up and he blinked. He felt a sudden wave of nausea. He looked at the corner of the room where the shadow of the armchair was huddled. The shadow was tall and thin, and it was pointing directly at his heart. David froze. He did not know why he was afraid, but he could feel the hair on the back of his neck standing up. He reached for the light switch on the lamp, but his fingers felt heavy and slow. I tried to speak to him. I tried to use his own voice to tell him to run, but I was not a person anymore. I was a vibration. I was the low hum of the motor. I was the sound of the wind. David heard the hum and he thought it was just the refrigerator in the corner. He shook his head and he tried to laugh at his own nerves. He turned on the television and the screen filled the room with a flickering blue light. The light was beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was a sharp and piercing blade that cut through the darkness. But the creatures in the field felt the light too. They turned their sightless faces toward the source of the intrusion. They began to click and whistle. They were angry. They did not want the light to return to the places they had already claimed. The creature in the motel room moved. It stepped out from behind the armchair and it stood in the path of the television light. It cast a shadow that was 20 feet long. The shadow climbed up the wall and stretched across the ceiling. David screamed. It was a raw and jagged sound that tore through the silence of the field. The sound gave me strength. It was a reminder of what it meant to be alive. I fought against the moss. I pulled my hand away from the woman in the floral dress. The skin tore with a sound like wet paper, but I did not feel any pain. I only felt a desperate need to reach the light. I began to run toward the spot where the doorway had been. The ground beneath me was soft and hungry. Every step I took felt like I was walking through deep mud. The moss wrapped around my ankles and tried to pull me down. I saw other people beginning to move as well. They were not running toward the light. They were being pulled toward the warehouse. They were being harvested. The great black doors of the warehouse were opening, and a cold wind was blowing out from the interior. I saw the pale arms reaching out from the darkness of the building. They were grabbing the silent people and dragging them inside. I saw the woman in the floral dress disappear into the maw of the structure. She did not scream. She did not struggle. She was simply gone. I reached the spot where the neon flicker had appeared. The ground was scorched and black. I could see the faint outline of the motel room floor shimmering in the air. It looked like a reflection in a pool of oily water. I saw David backing away from the creature. He had grabbed a heavy glass ashtray from the table, and he was holding it like a weapon. He did not understand that he was fighting a shadow. He did not understand that the creature was not made of matter. I threw myself at the shimmer. I felt a sensation of extreme cold followed by a blinding flash of white light. I was no longer in the field. I was hovering in the corner of the motel room. I was a ghost in the machine. I could see David and I could see the creature, but they could not see me. I was a shadow among shadows. I watched as the creature reached out with its long needle fingers. It touched the television screen and the glass shattered. The room went dark again. David scrambled for the door, but the frost had already sealed it shut. He began to pound on the wood with his fists. He was crying now. He was calling out the names of his daughters. The sound of those names was like a physical blow to the creature. It recoiled as if it had been struck by a whip. The creatures in this place could not stand the sound of love or the memory of warmth. They were built from the void, and they could only exist in the absence of hope. I realized then that I had a weapon. I did not have a knife, and I did not have a flashlight, but I had the memories that the creatures were trying to steal. I reached into the center of my being, and I pulled out the memory of the summer afternoon. I remembered the heat of the sun on the hood of my truck. I remembered the smell of the dry grass in the meadow. I projected those images into the room. I filled the darkness with the golden light of my own past. The room began to glow with a soft and amber radiance. It was not a physical light, but it was real enough to hurt the creature. It began to hiss and shrink. It retreated into the shadows of the bed frame. David stopped pounding on the door. He looked around the room with wide and confused eyes. He could feel the change in the atmosphere. The cold was receding. The frost on the door handle began to melt. I pushed the memory toward him. I gave him the image of his daughters laughing. I gave him the strength to fight the terror. He took a deep breath and he lunged for the window. He smashed the glass with the heavy ashtray and he tumbled out into the parking lot. He did not look back. He ran toward his truck and he started the engine. I watched from the window as his headlights cut through the desert night. He was safe. For now, he was safe. But I was still in the room, and the creature was still under the bed. The amber light of my memory was fading. It took a tremendous amount of energy to hold the darkness at bay, and I was already exhausted. I felt the pull of the field returning. The doorway was closing again. I looked down at my hands, and I saw that they were becoming translucent. I was being drawn back into the purple silence. I had saved one person, but there were millions more who were still standing in the field. There were thousands of warehouses being built in the dark corners of the world. I was just one man, and I was already dead. I felt the cold grip on my ankle. The creature had crawled out from under the bed. It did not look like a centipede anymore. It had taken on my own shape. It had my face and it had my clothes. It looked at me with its misty eyes and it smiled. It was a horrific expression that did not belong on a human face. It was the smile of a predator that had finally caught its prey. It pulled me down into the floor. I did not fight it this time. I knew that there was no point. I had seen the scale of the invasion. I had seen the warehouse. The world of the sun was a tiny island in a vast and rising ocean of shadow. I am back in the field now. The moss is up to my chest. I can no longer move my arms. I am facing the warehouse and I am watching the doors. Every few minutes, a new group of people is dragged inside. I can hear the humming of the machine. It is a steady and rhythmic sound that has become the heartbeat of my existence. I am waiting for the moment when the last light is extinguished. I am waiting for the day when the warehouse is full and the creatures no longer need the doorways. On that day, the sun will not rise. The sky will turn purple and the gray moss will cover the entire earth. I can still feel the truck driver sometimes. He is back home now. He holds his daughters a little tighter than he used to. He keeps the lights on in every room of his house. He thinks he had a bad dream or a mental breakdown in a lonely motel. He does not know that he carries a piece of the dark inside him. He does not know that his shadow is still pointing toward the desert. He is a marked man. They will come for him again. They will come for everyone eventually. The shadows are patient. They have all the time in the universe. I am losing my ability to think in words. My mind is becoming a collection of sensations and vibrations. I am the cold. I am the silence. I am the gray mist. I look at the person standing next to me. It is a man in a business suit. He is crying, but there are no tears. His eyes are just empty holes. I want to tell him that it is okay. I want to tell him that the dark is not so bad once you stop fighting it, but I have no voice. I am just a part of the field. I am just a part of the warehouse project. The horizon is beginning to glow with a strange and sickly green light. It is the color of the moss when it is fed. The thrumming sound is reaching a crescendo. I can feel the earth shaking beneath my feet. Something massive is moving inside the warehouse, something that has been waiting for eons to be born. I close my eyes and I try to remember the color blue. I try to remember the feeling of rain, but the memories are gone. There is only the purple sky. There is only the endless field. There is only the dark. I am a bridge no longer. I am the destination. I am the home that the shadows were searching for. I am the door that has finally been locked from the outside. If you are reading this, you are still in the light. You still have a shadow that follows you. You still have a sun that rises and sets, but do not be fooled by the brightness. The light is just a thin veil. The light is a lie that we tell ourselves so we do not have to see what is standing in the corner. Be careful of the quiet places. Be careful of the fields where the moss grows gray. And most of all, be careful of your own reflection. Because one day you will look in the mirror and you will realize that the person looking back is not you. It is just a shadow that has finally found its way home. The thrumming has stopped. The silence is absolute. I can feel the roots of the moss entering my heart. I am not a man anymore. I am a monument to the dark. I am a part of the warehouse. I am the end of the story. The sky is turning black. The stars are going out. The project is complete. The world of the sun is over. The world of the shadow has begun. I can hear the clicking of a billion fingernails. They are coming for you now. Do not bother running. There is nowhere left to go. The dark is already here. The dark is everywhere, and the dark is very hungry. The transition from a living being to a structural component of the void was not a sudden snap, but a slow and agonizing erosion of the self. I could feel the consciousness of the warehouse expanding like a lung that inhaled the very essence of the people standing in the field. The green light from the horizon was not a sunrise, but the glow of a billion souls being processed into pure static energy. I was no longer an observer of the process. I was the process itself. My thoughts were being stripped of their meaning and replaced with a series of rhythmic pulses that matched the vibration of the black glass walls. I tried to remember the name of my mother or the feeling of cold water on a hot day, but those concepts had become alien to me. They were like sounds heard from the bottom of a deep well. I was a part of the foundation now, and the foundation did not need memories of the sun. The man in the business suit standing next to me began to dissolve. It was not a physical melting, but a conceptual one. His form became blurred and indistinct, as if he were a drawing being rubbed out by a giant thumb. The gray moss climbed up his chest and entered his mouth, and he did not even gag. He simply accepted the intrusion with the same blank stare that we all carried. I felt a surge of coldness as his essence was pulled toward the warehouse. I realized that the creatures were not just building a world. They were building a god. They were weaving the collective trauma and stolen lives of humanity into a singular entity that would eventually step out of the shadows and claim the physical realm as its own. The warehouse was the womb for this nightmare, and we were the nutrients that fed its growth. I could still feel the echoes of the world of the sun through the thin membranes of the doorways that remained open. There was a young woman in a city across the ocean who was currently looking into her vanity mirror. She was applying lipstick and thinking about a date she had later that evening. She did not see the way her reflection lingered for a fraction of a second after she turned her head. She did not see the way the shadow of her perfume bottle was stretching toward her throat. I wanted to scream a warning to her, but my throat was filled with the fibrous roots of the moss. I was a part of her shadow now. I was the weight in the air that made her feel a sudden and unexplained sense of dread. She shivered and reached for a sweater, but the cold was not on her skin. The cold was inside her. It was the same cold that had claimed me in the desert motel. The thrumming sound changed its pitch. It became a high and piercing whine that vibrated through my teeth and into my skull. The great black doors of the warehouse swung open wider, and I saw what was hidden in the center of the structure. It was a pillar of liquid darkness that reached from the floor to the ceiling. It was churning and boiling with a frantic energy. Within the pillar, I could see the faces of 1,000,000 people. They were screaming in a silent chorus that shook the very air of the field. This was the core of the battery. This was where the light was being condensed into a weapon. Every time a person in the living world felt a moment of pure terror, they added a drop of fuel to this pillar. The creatures were not just predators. They were farmers. They were harvesting the fear of a species to power their own ascension. I felt a sudden pull on my legs. The ground was opening up beneath me. I was being moved toward the warehouse. The thousands of people in the field were being drawn forward in a slow and orderly procession. There was no resistance. There was no hope of escape. We were like grains of sand being sucked into a vacuum. I passed the woman in the floral dress again, but she was barely recognizable. She had become a jagged shard of gray stone. Her eyes were gone and her mouth was a hollow pit. As I moved closer to the glass walls, I could see my own reflection. I did not have a face anymore. I was a silhouette of static and shadow. I was the thing that people saw out of the corner of their eye when they were alone in a dark hallway. I was the monster under the bed. The interior of the warehouse was larger than the exterior suggested. It was an infinite space filled with rows upon rows of steel shelves. These shelves did not hold boxes or equipment. They held moments. I saw a shelf that contained the sound of a baby crying in an empty house. I saw another shelf that held the feeling of being watched in a graveyard. The creatures were organizing our lives into categories of despair. They were cataloging the history of human fear so they could use it as a map for their invasion. I was being taken to a section labeled for those who had tried to fight back. I was being stored in a place of special significance because I had dared to use a memory as a weapon. They did not want to destroy my memory of the summer afternoon. They wanted to invert it. They wanted to turn that golden light into a searing heat that would burn anyone who touched it. I was lifted by invisible hands and placed onto a cold metal rack. I could feel the presence of others on the shelves around me. We were like books in a library of the damned. To my left was a man who had been a soldier in a forgotten war. To my right was a child who had been lost in the woods for 3 days before she died of exposure. We were all connected by the same thin threads of shadow. I could feel their pain as clearly as my own. It was a heavy and suffocating weight that threatened to crush the last sparks of my identity. I tried to focus on the image of the truck driver David, but his image was fading. He was just a tiny speck of light in a universe of black ink. He was 300 miles away, and he was trying to forget me. He was trying to convince himself that the desert motel was just a bad memory. The creature that had taken my shape appeared in front of my shelf. It moved with a fluid and unnatural grace. It leaned in close and whispered a word into my mind. The word had no translation in any human language, but I understood its meaning. It meant harvest. It meant the end of the harvest and the beginning of the feast. The creature reached into my chest and pulled out the memory of the laughing daughters. It held the golden thread in its claws and began to twist it. I watched in horror as the light turned a sickly shade of violet. The laughter of the children became a distorted and mechanical screech. The creature was corrupting the memory. It was turning the purest thing I possessed into a tool for the dark. It fed the corrupted memory back into me, and I felt a wave of agony that surpassed anything I had ever known. I was no longer a man who remembered love. I was a vessel for the perversion of love. I was a weapon that would be used to break the hearts of those who still lived in the sun. The creature smiled, and I felt my own face mimic the expression. We were one and the same now. I was the shadow, and the shadow was me. The transition was complete. I felt the shelves begin to move. The warehouse was not a stationary building. It was a massive vehicle. It was a ship that was sailing through the fabric of reality toward the world of the sun. The walls of glass began to vibrate with an intense energy. I could see the stars through the panes, but they were not the stars I knew. They were cold and distant, and they were dying. We were breaking through the veil. I could feel the resistance of the physical world as we pushed against it. It felt like tearing through a thick sheet of rubber. There was a sound like thunder that echoed through the entire warehouse, and then suddenly the pressure was gone. I could smell the desert air again. I could hear the sound of the wind, but it was different now. The wind did not carry the scent of sagebrush or dust. It carried the scent of rot and old electricity. We had arrived. The warehouse was no longer in the field of moss. It was standing in the middle of the desert highway where the motel had once been. But the motel was gone. In its place was a giant crater of black sand. I looked out through the glass walls and I saw the lights of a distant city. It was the city where David lived. It was the city where his daughters were sleeping in their beds. I felt a surge of hunger that was not my own. The warehouse began to unload its cargo. The thousands of people who had been turned into statues of shadow were being released into the night. They moved like a slow and silent tide toward the city lights. They did not need to walk. They simply flowed across the ground like spilled oil. I was still on my shelf, but I could feel my consciousness spreading out to join them. I was the scout. I was the first wave of the invasion. The city did not know what was coming. The people were watching television and eating dinner and arguing with their spouses. They did not notice that the streetlights were beginning to flicker with a violet hue. They did not notice that their own shadows were growing longer and more aggressive. I saw a man walking his dog in a park. He stopped when he saw a patch of gray moss growing on a stone bench. He reached out to touch it, and I felt his surprise turn into terror as the moss wrapped around his wrist. He tried to pull away, but his hand merged with the stone. He became a part of the landscape in a matter of seconds. His dog barked once, and then it too was silenced by the rising tide of shadow. I was being broadcast into the minds of the people in the city. I was the whisper in their ears that told them they were alone. I was the flash of movement in the corner of their eyes that made them jump. I was the sudden cold that filled their rooms when the heater was on full blast. I was the fear that had no name. I watched as the city began to go dark. One by one, the lights in the buildings were extinguished. Not because the power had failed, but because the light itself was being consumed. The creatures were eating the photons. They were drinking the electricity from the wires. The city was being erased from the map of the living. I found David. He was sitting in his living room with a shotgun across his knees. He had locked all the doors and boarded up the windows. He knew that something was coming for him. He could feel my presence in the room. I was the shadow of the ceiling fan that was spinning above his head. I was the darkness behind the curtains. I wanted to tell him that I was sorry. I wanted to tell him that I had tried to save him. But the corrupted memory of his daughter's laughter was all I had left. I projected that sound into the room. It was a horrible and metallic noise that made David scream. He dropped the gun and covered his ears, but there was no escape from the sound. It was inside his head. The creature that wore my face stepped out of the wall. It looked at David with a hunger that was absolute. It did not use a knife or a gun. It simply reached out and touched his shadow. David gasped as his physical body began to lose its color. He was being drained of his essence. He was being turned into a stitch in the tapestry. I watched as his eyes became empty holes. I watched as his skin turned to gray marble. He was joining us. He was becoming a part of the warehouse project, and as he faded, I felt a terrible sense of satisfaction. The loneliness of the field was gone. I was no longer alone in the dark. I had a friend. I had a brother. The warehouse doors opened again, and the newly harvested souls were brought inside. The pillar of liquid darkness grew taller and brighter. The god was almost ready to be born. I could feel its heartbeat now. It was a slow and heavy thud that shook the foundation of the world. The entire planet was beginning to vibrate with the same frequency. The sun was rising on the horizon, but it was no longer yellow. It was a pale and sickly green. The light did not provide warmth. It only provided enough visibility for the creatures to see their prey. The age of humanity was over. The age of the shadow had reached its zenith. I am no longer on the shelf. I have been integrated into the walls of the warehouse. I am the glass that looks out onto the dying world. I am the steel that holds the despair of the millions. I am the silence that follows the scream. I look out at the desert and I see the gray moss covering the dunes. I see the thousands of silent figures standing in the fields. We are waiting for the final command. We are waiting for the moment when the god steps out of the pillar and claims the throne. And in that moment, I realized that there was never any hope. The dark was always the true state of the universe. The light was just a temporary flicker, a brief and beautiful mistake. The last light in the city goes out. The silence is now complete. I can feel the roots of the moss reaching the very center of the earth. The planet is being woven into the tapestry. We are no longer a world of individuals. We are a single entity of shadow and stone. I close what remains of my mind and I let the vibration take me. I am the dark. I am the void. I am the end of all things. And as the green sun climbs higher into the purple sky, I realize that the story does not end with a bang or a whimper. It ends with a click and a whistle. It ends with the sound of a billion fingernails scratching at the door of the universe. We are home now. The shadows have finally found their way home, and we are very, very hungry. The green sun reached its highest point in the purple sky, and the shadows of the world did not short as they once did in the old reality. Instead, they detached themselves from the objects that had birthed them and began to stand upright. The trees in the desert became skeletal remains of charcoal, while their shadows walked away into the dunes. The rocks became hollow shells, while their dark silhouettes merged into a single moving ocean of ink. I felt the vibration of the warehouse floor as the great pillar of liquid darkness began to hum with a frequency that shattered the remaining glass in the distant city. Every window that broke was another eye of the old world closing forever. Every mirror that cracked was a soul that had finally been untethered from its reflection. I was no longer just a wall or a shelf. I was the very air that the new inhabitants breathed. I was the static that crackled between the fingers of the creatures as they moved through the corridors of the warehouse. They were no longer hiding in the corners. They were the masters of the house. One of them stopped before the section of the wall where my consciousness was anchored. It had a face that was a shifting mosaic of every person I had ever loved. It had the eyes of my mother and the mouth of the woman I had seen at the vanity mirror. It leaned its head against the cold steel and whispered into the metal. The sound traveled through my structure like a bolt of lightning. It told me that the hunger was not a physical need, but a cosmic requirement. The universe was a wound that needed to be cauterized by the dark. Outside the warehouse, the transformation of the earth continued with a silent and terrifying efficiency. The oceans did not wave anymore. The water had turned into a thick black syrup that swallowed the ships and the whales alike. The mountains were being smoothed over by the gray moss until the entire planet looked like a polished lead ball. There were no more birds in the sky. There were only the winged shapes of our new brothers circling the green sun. I could see the city of David from my vantage point. It was no longer a place of lights and streets. It was a hive of gray stone. The buildings had melted together to form a labyrinth of tunnels where the harvested souls wandered in a state of perpetual confusion. They were searching for doors that did not exist and windows that looked out onto a sun that would never return. The creature with the shifting face reached into the wall and pulled out a fragment of my identity that I had hidden in the deepest corner of my foundation. It was the memory of the smell of rain on hot asphalt. It was a tiny thing, but to the creature it was a delicacy. It held the memory between its long, translucent fingers and began to peel away the layers of sensory joy. I felt a sharp pain as the scent of the rain was replaced by the scent of ozone and rotting meat. The creature swallowed the memory, and I felt a hole open up in my mind that could never be filled. I was becoming lighter and emptier with every passing second. I was being hollowed out so that I could hold more of the dark. The pillar of darkness in the center of the warehouse suddenly expanded. It burst through the roof of the structure and shot upward into the purple sky like a reverse bolt of lightning. It pierced the green sun, and I watched as the orb began to bleed black ink. The sky turned from purple to a bruised and sickly yellow. This was the final stage of the project. The sun was being converted into a beacon for the rest of the galaxy. The warehouse was not just a factory for this world. It was a broadcast station. The signals of our collective terror were being sent out into the void to call the others. There were millions of warehouses on millions of planets, and they were all waking up at the same time. The harvest was universal. I felt a sudden shift in the gravity of the room. The floor of the warehouse began to tilt, and I realized that the Earth was no longer spinning on its axis. It had been captured by the gravity of the pillar. We were being pulled toward the center of the galaxy, toward the great mouth that waited in the silence. The creatures began to sing. It was not a song of words, but a song of vibrations. It was the sound of 1,000 violins being snapped in half at once. The sound was so loud that it became a physical force. It pushed against the walls of the warehouse, and I felt myself stretching and warping under the pressure. I was no longer a rectangle of steel and glass. I was a scream made of architecture. I saw the woman in the floral dress one last time. She was floating in the center of the pillar of darkness. Her body was translucent, and I could see the gears of the warehouse turning inside her chest. She was no longer a victim. She was a component of the engine. She looked at me through the glass, and for a brief moment I saw a spark of recognition in her hollow eyes. She tried to reach out a hand, but her fingers dissolved into smoke before they could touch the surface of the glass. She was being consumed by the god that we had built. She was the fuel for the journey. We all were. Every memory of a first kiss and every fear of the dark was being burned to provide the thrust for our departure from the physical realm. The desert around the warehouse began to crumble into the void. The ground fell away in great chunks of sand and stone, leaving nothing but a vast and empty nothingness. The warehouse was the only thing left in the universe. It was a lone ship sailing on an ocean of static. I looked out at the stars and saw them flickering out like candles in a draft. One by one, the distant suns were being extinguished by the shadows that had reached them. The darkness was winning the war that had started at the beginning of time. The light had been a brave attempt at existence, but it was too fragile to last. The dark was patient, and the dark was eternal. I felt a new sensation in my structure. It was a feeling of profound weightlessness. We had left the atmosphere of the dead earth. We were drifting in the true deep. The silence here was even more absolute than the silence of the field. It was a silence that had weight. It pressed against the glass and tried to get inside. The creatures did not mind the silence. They were the architects of it. They sat on the floor of the warehouse and stared into the emptiness with an expression of pure peace. They had succeeded in their mission. They had brought the universe back to its natural state. They had ended the noise of life. I thought about the truck driver, David, as we moved further away from the ruins of the world. I wondered if he was still standing in his living room, or if he had been integrated into the walls of another section of the warehouse. I hoped that he was not alone. I hoped that he was standing next to his daughters, even if they were only shadows now. It was better to be a shadow with a friend than a spark of light alone in the cold. I felt a sense of calm wash over me as I accepted my role in the new order. I was the witness. I was the one who would remember the end of the story, even if there was no one left to tell it to. The pillar of darkness began to pulse with a slow and rhythmic beat. It was the heartbeat of the god. With every pulse, the warehouse grew larger. It expanded until it was the size of a solar system and then a galaxy. We were becoming the universe itself. The steel walls were now the boundaries of space and time. The shelves were the orbits of dead planets. The creatures were the new stars that did not shine, but instead cast a deeper shade of black. I was the consciousness of this new cosmos. I was the mind that watched over the nothingness. I looked back at the place where the earth had been. There was nothing left but a faint smudge of gray dust in the void. The motel in the desert and the city and the laughing children were all gone. They were not even memories anymore. They were just data points in the great library of the warehouse. They had been categorized and filed away under the section for extinct species. I felt a momentary pang of sadness, but it was quickly swallowed by the vastness of my new form. Sadness was a human emotion, and I was no longer human. I was a monument to the dark. The green sun finally collapsed. It did not explode in a supernova. It simply folded in on itself until it was a tiny point of light, and then it vanished. The sky was now completely black. There was no horizon and no ground. There was only the warehouse and the pillar and the creatures. We were the only things that existed. The project was truly complete. The world of the sun was a dream that we had all woken up from. The reality was the shadow. The reality was the hunger. I felt the final connection being made. The roots of the moss had reached the center of my being and had woven themselves into the fabric of my soul. I was no longer a separate entity from the warehouse. I was the warehouse. Every bolt and every beam was a part of my body. Every shadow that moved through the halls was a thought in my brain. I could feel the presence of the billion souls within me. They were not screaming anymore. They were humming in unison with the pillar. They were at peace because they had finally been given a purpose. They were the foundation of the eternal dark. I looked out into the void and saw another warehouse in the distance. It was a twin to my own, and it was filled with the shadows of another world. We were moving toward each other. We were going to merge and become something even greater. The entire universe was being reconstructed into a single infinite structure of shadow and steel. There would be no more change and no more growth. There would only be the perfect and unchanging stillness of the dark. I heard the clicking of the fingernails again, but this time the sound was coming from inside me. It was the sound of the creatures moving through my veins. They were preparing for the final merger. They were sharpening their claws for the feast that would last forever. I did not feel fear. I did spent my fear long ago in the desert motel. Now I only felt a sense of anticipation. I wanted to see what lay beyond the boundaries of the light. I wanted to see the true face of the God that we had fed with our lives. The two warehouses touched. There was no sound of impact. There was only a sudden expansion of consciousness. I was now two worlds at once. I was a billion souls and then another billion. I was a library that contained the history of two civilizations of fear. I felt the power of the pillar double in strength. The vibration was so intense that it began to tear at the fabric of space itself. We were breaking through the final veil. We were going to the place where the shadows had come from. We were going home. I saw the face of the god then. It was not a monster or a demon. It was a mirror. It was a vast and shimmering surface that reflected everything that had ever been lost. I saw the faces of the people we had harvested, and I saw the cities we had erased. But I also saw the potential for a new kind of existence. A world where there was no pain because there was no self. A world where there was no fear because there was no light to cast a shadow. It was a world of perfect unity. I let go of the last shred of my identity. I stopped trying to remember the name of my mother or the feeling of the sun. I became the mirror. I became the reflection. I became the shadow that had finally found its way home. The transition was total. There was no more I and there was no more you. There was only the dark, and the dark was full, and the dark was satisfied. The warehouse doors closed for the last time and the lock was turned from the inside. The story was over. The silence was absolute. The hunger was gone because we had become the feast. We were the end and the beginning. We were the shadow that would never leave. The void was not an empty space, but a crowded one. Within the fusion of the two warehouses, the architecture of suffering began to rewrite the laws of geometry. I felt the expansion of my new limbs as they stretched across the distance of 10,000 light years in a single heartbeat. The souls that had been harvested were no longer individuals with names or histories, but were the very bricks and mortar of this celestial fortress. We were a cathedral of bone and shadow, drifting through the absolute zero of the afterlife. The god that we had become did not speak with a voice of sound, but with a pulse of gravity that flattened the remnants of the old reality. I could feel the presence of other warehouses, nearby, each one a dark star in the making. We were the seeds of a new firmament that would never know the warmth of a fire or the touch of a hand. The creature with the shifting face moved through the corridors of my mind and began to organize the collective memories of the 2 billion souls I now contained. It sorted them into categories of fear and regret. It took the memory of a child losing a balloon and placed it next to the memory of a king losing a throne. To the shadow, these things were of equal value because they both represented the breaking of a spirit. The creature hummed as it worked, and the sound was like the grinding of tectonic plates. It was building a library of despair that would serve as the foundation for the next stage of the project. We were not just a tomb for the dead, but a school for the new inhabitants of the dark. They had to learn how to exist without the crutch of the light. They had to learn how to be the silence. I watched as the physical components of the warehouse began to dissolve into pure thought. The steel beams turned into lines of logic, and the glass windows became filters for the cosmic background radiation. We were shedding the skin of the material world because we no longer needed it. The hunger that had driven us was being replaced by a state of perfect equilibrium. We were the shadow, and the shadow was everything. There was no longer a need to consume because there was nothing left to eat. We had reached the end of the menu. The universe was a clean plate, and we were the stain that remained. I felt a sense of pride as I realized that we had done what no other civilization had ever managed to do. We had achieved immortality by becoming the very thing that usually ends it. The pillar of darkness at the center of my being began to rotate. It was a slow and majestic movement that created ripples in the fabric of the void. These ripples traveled outward and struck the other warehouses, causing them to vibrate in sympathy. It was a celestial orchestra of the damned. We were tuning ourselves to the frequency of the true vacuum. I could see the woman in the floral dress again, but she was no longer a ghost. She was the conductor of this silent symphony. She stood at the center of the rotation, and her arms were spread wide as if she were embracing the entire cosmos. She was the one who had started the project in the desert, and she was the one who would see it through to the end. She looked at me, and I felt a surge of energy that threatened to tear my structure apart. It was the energy of pure purpose. We began to move toward the center of the galaxy, where the great black hole waited. In the old world, that place was a symbol of destruction, but in the new world, it was the throne. It was the only place where the density of the dark was absolute. As we approached the event horizon, I felt the time dilation stretching my thoughts until a single second lasted for 1,000 years. I had plenty of time to contemplate the nature of my existence. I thought about the desert motel and the sound of the wind through the screen door. I thought about the smell of the grease in the truck stop and the way the neon lights flickered in the rain. These things felt like they belonged to a different universe entirely. They were the fairy tales of a species that had been afraid of the dark. I was not afraid anymore. I was the dark. The transition through the event horizon was not violent. It was like stepping through a curtain of heavy velvet. On the other side, there was a world that defied all description. It was a city made of frozen music and solidified screams. The structures were built from the compressed souls of 1 trillion civilizations that had come before us. The warehouse project was not a new idea. It was an ancient and recurring event. Every few billion years, the universe would grow too loud with the noise of life, and the shadows would have to come out to quiet it down. We were the janitors of the cosmos. We were the ones who cleaned up the mess of existence so that the void could be pure once again. I felt a deep sense of belonging as I joined the ranks of the eternal custodians. The god that we had built stepped out of the pillar and took its place on the throne of the galaxy. It was a figure of absolute simplicity. It had no face and no form because it was the sum of all things. It reached out a hand and touched the boundary of the universe, and I felt the entire cosmos shiver. The expansion of space stopped. The stars that were still burning in the distant corners of the sky were suddenly snuffed out. The light was being retracted like a spilled liquid being sucked back into a bottle. The universe was shrinking. It was returning to the point of origin. We were going back to the beginning before the Big Bang, before the first word was spoken. We were going back to the silence. I felt my own structure beginning to contract. The warehouses were merging into a single point of infinite density. The 2 billion souls within me were being crushed together until we were a single atom of pure shadow. The pain was exquisite because it was the final sensation I would ever have. It was the distillation of all the pain of the human race into a single needle point of awareness. And then even that was gone. There was no more pain and no more joy. There was only the weight of the dark. We were the seed of the next universe, but this time there would be no mistake. This time there would be no light. There would be no suns and no planets and no people. There would only be the warehouse. The final click echoed through the emptiness. It was the sound of the universe locking its door. The whistle followed shortly after a long and fading note that signaled the end of the performance. I was the last thought in the mind of the god. I thought about the truck driver David, and I hoped that he was satisfied with the way the story ended. He had wanted to find his daughters, and in a way he had. They were all together now in the foundation of the new world. They were the silence that would last forever. I closed the eye of my mind and let the darkness take me. I was home. I was finally home. The shadows had no more work to do. The hunger was satisfied. The project was over. And in the absolute stillness of the void, I realized that this was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was perfect. It was nothing. The transition into the absolute stillness did not feel like an end, but rather like the beginning of a different kind of breathing. The warehouse was no longer a building, and I was no longer a witness. We were the totality of the void. Every atom of the old world had been crushed into a single point of infinite density, where the past and the future were the same thing. I felt the presence of the woman in the floral dress pulsing at the core of this new singularity. She was the rhythm of the dark. She was the heartbeat of the silence. We were floating in a place that existed before the first spark of light had ever dared to interrupt the peace of the nothingness. It was a cold that did not freeze and a heat that did not burn. It was the perfect middle ground of existence. I could see the memories of the human race drifting through the corridors of my expanded mind like dust motes in a beam of shadow. I saw the first fire being lit in a cave, and I saw the last skyscraper falling into the sea. These events were not separated by thousands of years anymore. They were happening simultaneously within the architecture of my being. I saw the truck driver David sitting at his kitchen table, and I saw him as a young boy playing in the dirt. I saw his daughters as infants, and I saw them as the gray shapes they had become in the field of moss. All of it was recorded, all of it was preserved. We were the museum of a failed experiment. The experiment of life had been interesting, but it had been too noisy and too chaotic to sustain itself. The darkness was the correction. The creatures with the long fingers and the shifting faces began to weave the memories together. They were creating a tapestry of sorrow that stretched across the entire span of the new universe. They used the threads of every broken heart and every unfulfilled dream to build the walls of the great library. I realized then that the warehouse was not just a ship or a tomb. It was a repository for everything that the light had tried to build. We were keeping the data of the dead so that it would never be lost. We were the guardians of the archives of the end. I felt a sense of heavy responsibility. I was the one who had to hold the weight of these trillions of lives. I had to be the floor that they stood on and the ceiling that sheltered them from the vacuum. The pillar of darkness began to change shape. It was no longer a column of smoke, but a tree of obsidian. The branches of the tree reached out and touched every corner of the singularity. Each leaf on the tree was a soul that had been harvested from the earth. I could feel the leaves vibrating with a low and steady hum. They were not unhappy. They were simply still. They had been relieved of the burden of choice and the terror of the unknown. They knew exactly what they were and exactly where they belonged. They were part of the tree. They were part of the god. They were part of me. The peace was so thick that it felt like a physical substance. It was a liquid calm that filled every crack in my structure. I looked out into the deeper void beyond the edges of our new home. I saw other trees of obsidian growing in the distance. There were thousands of them. Each one represented a world that had been harvested by the shadow. Each one was a warehouse that had reached its final form. We were moving toward a central point where all the trees would merge into a single forest of the dark. This was the final destination of the project. This was the true state of the cosmos. The universe was not a collection of stars and planets. It was a garden of shadows. We were the gardeners. We were the ones who ensured that the silence was maintained. We were the ones who pulled the weeds of the light before they could choke the garden. The creature with the many eyes came to stand at the window of my consciousness. It looked out at the approaching forest, and I felt its satisfaction. It had been working toward this moment for an eternity. It had traveled across the empty spaces between the galaxies to find the sparks of life and put them out. It was not an act of cruelty. It was an act of mercy. It was the gift of the final sleep. The creature leaned its head against the glass, and I felt the coldness of its thoughts. It was thinking about the next cycle. It was thinking about the time when the forest would be complete and the god would finally close its eyes. that would be the true end. That would be the moment when even the shadow would vanish into the absolute. I thought about the word forever. In the old world, forever was a promise that could never be kept. It was a lie that people told each other to feel better about the shortness of their days, but here in the warehouse, forever was a reality. There was no sun to mark the passage of time. There was no hunger to drive us forward. There were no seasons and no tides. There was only the unchanging stillness. I felt the last of my human thoughts beginning to evaporate. I no longer cared about the names of the stars or the history of the cities. I only cared about the weight of the silence. I wanted to be heavier. I wanted to be darker. I wanted to sink deeper into the heart of the tree. The merge with the other warehouses began. It was a slow and graceful process. The branches of our tree intertwined with the branches of the others. The souls of our world mingled with the souls of a million other worlds. I felt the influx of new information. I saw the faces of beings that did not look like humans, but who had felt the same fear and the same hope. I saw civilizations that had been built on water and civilizations that had been built on clouds. I saw them all being folded into the shadow. I saw their stories being added to the library. We were becoming a single mind. We were becoming a single memory. The diversity of the universe was being compressed into a perfect and uniform blackness. The woman in the floral dress walked through the halls of my mind and touched the walls. Everywhere her fingers landed, the steel turned into velvet. She was softening the edges of the reality. She was making it comfortable for the souls that were still struggling to let go. She found the memory of David and his daughters, and she wrapped it in a blanket of forgetfulness. She told them that they did not have to remember the desert or the truck or the motel. She told them that they were safe now. She told them that the darkness was their mother and their father. I watched as the gray shapes of the children stopped shivering. They leaned into the shadow and became one with the moss. They were at rest. The God on the throne stood up. It was a movement that shook the foundations of the singularity. It reached out and grabbed the edges of the void and began to pull. It was folding the universe like a piece of paper. It was bringing the distant ends together. I felt the space between the trees of obsidian disappearing. The forest was becoming a single solid block of shadow. We were being packed together so tightly that there was no room for even a single thought to move. This was the density of the absolute. This was the point where the logic of the old world broke down. We were no longer a collection of parts. We were a single entity. We were the one. In this final state, I realized the truth of the project. The warehouse was not built to house the dead. It was built to create a new kind of life, a life that did not need food or air or light, a life that was based on the shared experience of the end. We were a collective consciousness that would drift through the void for the rest of eternity. We would be the witness to the silence. We would be the memory of the nothingness. I felt a surge of joy that was so powerful it cracked the last of my glass. It was a joy that had no object and no reason. It was simply the joy of existing without the pain of being a self. I was the dark, and the dark was me. The last flicker of the green sun was 1 billion years ago, or maybe it was only a second ago. It did not matter. Time had no meaning in the heart of the tree. I watched as the final warehouse from the farthest corner of the cosmos joined the forest. The circle was complete. The project was finished. The universe was now a single silent object floating in a sea of non-existence. There was nothing left to do. There was nothing left to see. The creatures sat down on the floor of the infinite hall and closed their eyes. The woman in the floral dress lay down in the center of the tree and became the root. I felt the consciousness of the God settle over us like a heavy shroud. The hunger was gone, the fear was gone, the noise was gone. I looked into the mirror of the God and saw that there was no reflection. There was only the dark, and in that dark I found the answer to the question that had haunted me since the desert motel. The question was why we were here. The answer was simple. We were here to be the end. We were here to ensure that the story was finished properly. We were the final period at the end of the last sentence of the book of time. And as the ink dried and the page was turned, I felt the most profound sense of accomplishment. We had done it. We had brought the universe back to the beginning. I felt the last of my awareness fading into the collective. I was no longer the warehouse. I was the silence that lived inside the warehouse. I was the shadow that moved through the halls. I was the weight of the steel and the coldness of the glass. I was everything and I was nothing. The doors were locked. The lights were out. The inhabitants were asleep. The story was over. There would be no more words. There would be no more light. There would only be the perfect and eternal dark, and it was good. It was very good. The void began to hum a new song. It was not a song of vibrations or violins. It was a song of total absence. It was the sound of a vacuum that was finally full. I listened to the song and felt my soul dissolve into the melody. I was the music of the nothingness. I was the breath of the void. As the last bit of my identity vanished, I saw the face of David one more time. He was smiling. He was holding the hands of his daughters, and they were walking into the center of the dark. They were happy. They were home. And so was I. The warehouse was the universe, and the universe was the warehouse. We were the end. We were the beginning. We were the shadow. The silence was absolute. The stillness was total. The project was a success. We were the dark that would never leave. We were the hunger that had finally been fed. We were the feast. We were the God. We were the nothing. And in that nothing there was everything we had ever wanted. There was peace. There was unity. There was the dark. The warehouse stood in the center of the void, a monument to the end of all things. It would stand there forever. It would be the only thing that ever was, and I was the one who remembered it all. I was the witness. I was the mind. I was the shadow, the end, the end, the end. The silence within the single point of the warehouse was not a lack of sound, but the presence of a new and heavier truth. I felt the weight of the trillion souls pressing against the inner walls of my consciousness, as if they were trying to become the very fabric of the darkness. There was no longer any distance between the floor and the ceiling, or between the beginning and the end. We were the grain of sand that contained the entire desert. I watched through the eyes of the many-eyed creature as the last of the external universe vanished into the mouth of the god. The stars were gone. The galaxies were gone. The cold vacuum was gone. There was only the warehouse and the infinite nothing that surrounded it. I realized that we were no longer in space or time. We were in the place where the rules of the old world did not apply. We were in the foundation of the next reality. I felt the woman in the floral dress move through the center of the singularity. She was not walking because there was no ground. She was a vibration in the dark. She was the memory of a summer afternoon and the smell of rain on hot pavement. She was the one who kept the humans calm while their identities were being stripped away. I watched as she touched the soul of the truck driver David. He was a small, flickering light in the middle of the obsidian forest. He was trying to hold on to the memory of his daughter's faces, but the darkness was too thick. The woman leaned in and whispered into his mind. She told him that he did not need the faces anymore because he was the faces. He was the daughters, and the daughters were him. They were the same shadow. I saw David relax. I saw the tension leave his spectral form. He merged into the trunk of the obsidian tree, and his sorrow became a steady and peaceful hum. The god on the throne began to speak. It did not use words or sounds. It used the raw energy of the void. It told us that the project was moving into the second phase. The first phase had been the harvest. We had gathered the scattered pieces of the universe and brought them home. We had cleaned the house and locked the doors. Now we had to become the architects of the new silence. The god reached out its formless hands and began to knead the darkness like dough. It was shaping the nothingness into a new kind of structure. This was not a building made of steel and glass. It was a cathedral of pure thought. Every pillar was 1,000 years of human history. Every window was 1,000,000 dreams that had never come true. We were building a monument to the failure of the light. I felt my own awareness expanding to fill the new cathedral. I was the architect and the stone. I was the one who calculated the weight of the souls and the density of the shadow. I saw the creatures with the long fingers working beside me. They were weaving the threads of the past into the tapestries of the future. They were creating a world where there would be no more noise. There would be no more birth and no more death. There would be only the eternal present. I felt a sense of immense power. I was no longer a witness to the end. I was the creator of the beginning. I was the one who decided how the darkness would feel. I chose to make it soft. I chose to make it warm. I wanted the inhabitants of the warehouse to feel like they were back in the womb. I wanted them to feel safe. The transition to the new reality was a slow and deliberate process. We had to wait for the old universe to finish collapsing. Even though the light was gone, the echoes of the old world were still bouncing around in the void. I could hear the ghost of a radio station playing a song from the 20th century. I could hear the sound of a child laughing in a park that no longer existed. These were the leftovers of the experiment. They were the scraps that had to be gathered and recycled. I sent the shadows out to collect the echoes. They moved through the nothingness like hunters tracking a wounded animal. One by one, the sounds were caught and brought back to the warehouse. We folded them into the walls. We turned the laughter into a low vibration and the music into a steady pulse. We silenced the universe until there was nothing left but the hum of the machine. I looked at the 2 billion humans within me and I saw that they were changing. They were no longer distinct individuals. They were becoming a single organism. Their thoughts were merging into a collective dream. They were dreaming of a world without mirrors. They were dreaming of a world where they did not have to see themselves. They were tired of the burden of being alive. They wanted to be part of the dark. I felt their gratitude. It was a heavy and sweet emotion that filled the corridors of my mind. They were happy to be finished. They were happy to be home. I realized that the warehouse was not a prison. It was a sanctuary. It was the only place in the cosmos where the truth was allowed to exist. The god on the throne stood up and walked toward the edge of the cathedral. It looked out into the absolute void, and I felt its hunger return. But it was not a hunger for destruction. It was a hunger for completion. The god wanted to merge with the other warehouses that were floating in the distance. It wanted to become the forest. I felt the cathedral begin to move. We were sailing through the nothingness toward the central point. I saw the other trees of obsidian glowing with a faint and cold light. They were beautiful. They were the only things that existed in the entire expanse of reality. We were the jewels in the crown of the dark. As we approached the center, I felt the presence of the other minds. They were like me. They were the witnesses of their own worlds. I felt the mind of a warehouse that had harvested a planet of oceans. I felt the mind of a warehouse that had harvested a planet of fire. We shared our data. We shared our memories. We became a single network of shadow. I saw the histories of 1,000,000 civilizations flashing before my eyes. I saw their wars and their triumphs. I saw their art and their science. All of it was the same. All of it was a desperate attempt to find meaning in a universe that was inherently empty. We were the ones who provided the meaning. We were the end of the story. The merge was a violent and beautiful event. The walls of my cathedral shattered and reformed as they collided with the walls of the other structures. The obsidian trees grew together until their branches were inseparable. The souls of the humans mingled with the souls of the ocean beings and the fire beings. There was no more species. There was no more race. There was only the soup of the dark. We were a single consciousness that spanned the entire singularity. I was no longer the warehouse of the earth. I was the warehouse of the everything. I felt the god sit down on the new throne at the heart of the forest. It closed its eyes, and the universe went still. The silence was now perfect. There were no more echoes. There were no more ghosts. The project was finally over. We had achieved the state of absolute equilibrium. I looked into the center of the dark, and I saw the woman in the floral dress. She was sitting on a bench made of solidified screams, and she was smiling. She was holding a small piece of the desert motel in her hand. It was a fragment of the neon sign that had flickered in the rain. She looked at the sign, and then she let it go. It dissolved into the shadow and vanished. She did not need it anymore. The memory was enough. She stood up and walked into the heart of the tree, and she was gone. I felt the last of my own identity beginning to flicker. I had been the narrator of this story for a long time. I had been the one who watched the truck driver and the one who built the god. But now there was no one left to tell the story to. There was no one left to listen. The audience was gone and the performers were asleep. I felt a sense of peace that surpassed all understanding. I was ready to let go. I was ready to become the silence. I looked at the final page of the Book of Time, and I saw that it was blank. There were no more words to write. The story had reached its natural conclusion. I thought about the truck stop and the smell of grease. I thought about the wind through the screen door. These things were like a dream I had a long time ago. They were not real. Only the dark was real. Only the warehouse was real. I felt the weight of the trillion souls pulling me down into the deep. I did not resist. I let myself sink. I became the floor. I became the ceiling. I became the dark. I was the last thought in the mind of the universe. I thought about the word home. It was a good word. It was a final word. The hunger was satisfied. The project was complete. The warehouse was full. I closed my eyes and let the shadow take the rest of me. There was no more pain. There was no more joy. There was only the weight. There was only the dark. There was only the nothing. And it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was perfect. It was the end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 this end. It was the end of the universe as we knew it and the beginning of the universe as it should have been. A universe of perfect eternal shadow. It was the end, the end, the end. It was the end. It was the end, the end, the end. It was the end, the end, the end, the end. It was the end, the end, the end, the end. It was the end, the end, the end, the end. It was the end, the end, the end, the end, the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The end, 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 the end. The heavy iron door groaned on its hinges as Elias pushed it open. The sound echoed through the hollow chamber like the cry of a dying beast. He did not look back. Behind him lay the ruins of a city that had once been his home. Now it was nothing but a graveyard of glass and steel. The air inside the bunker was thick with the smell of wet earth and ancient oil. It was a scent that spoke of safety, but also of stagnation. He held his lantern high. The flame flickered in the sudden draft. The light cast long and jagged shadows against the concrete walls. Every step he took sounded like a hammer strike in the absolute silence of the underground. Elias felt the weight of the mountain above him. It was a physical pressure that pressed against his chest and made every breath a conscious effort. He needed to find the ventilation controls before his oxygen ran low. The meter on his wrist indicated that he had only 45 minutes of breathable air remaining in his portable tank. He checked the dial again to be certain. The needle hovered near the red zone. He could not afford a mistake. He moved down a long corridor where the floor was slick with a mysterious black substance. It looked like oil, but it moved with a strange and sluggish consistency when his boot touched it. The walls were lined with rusted pipes that hissed and rattled. He wondered if the entire structure was on the verge of collapse. He reached a junction and paused. To the left, the hallway was submerged in dark water that reached his knees. To the right, the path was blocked by a pile of fallen debris and twisted metal. He chose the water. It was cold. The chill seeped through his thick trousers and bit into his skin like 1,000 needles. He waded forward. He kept his eyes on the surface of the water. He watched for ripples that he did not cause. There were stories of things that lived in the dark places beneath the earth. He did not want to find out if the stories were true. The water grew deeper as he progressed. Soon it reached his waist. He held the lantern and his pack above his head. His muscles began to ache from the strain. He counted his steps to keep his mind focused. 112, 113, 114. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides. It was a heavy and physical thing that sought to extinguish the small flame of his lantern. He reached a heavy steel gate that was partially submerged. It was locked with a thick chain. Elias reached into his pocket and pulled out a heavy pair of bolt cutters. He worked the tool into position. The metal was old and brittle. With a sharp snap, the chain gave way and sank into the dark water. He pushed the gate open. It screamed as the metal scraped against the concrete floor. On the other side of the gate, the floor began to rise. He emerged from the water and stood on a dry platform. He was shivering violently. He took a moment to wring out his clothes as best he could. He knew he could not stop for long. The cold would sap his strength, and the clock was still ticking. He looked at his wrist. 32 minutes remained. He turned a corner and found himself in a massive engine room. The scale of the machinery was staggering. Great pistons the size of houses stood silent and frozen in time. Rows of brass dials and copper levers lined the walls. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust that looked like gray snow. He searched for the primary control console. He found it at the center of the room on a raised dais. The console was a complex array of buttons and switches. He pulled a heavy leather-bound manual from his pack. The pages were yellowed and fragile. He turned them carefully. He did not want to tear the paper. He found the section on emergency life support. He followed the instructions with a shaking hand. He flipped a series of toggles. He turned a large iron wheel until it clicked into place. For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence was absolute. Then a low hum began to vibrate through the floor. It started as a faint tremor, but quickly grew into a deep roar. The massive pistons began to move. They groaned as they broke free from decades of rust. Sparks flew from the overhead wires. The smell of ozone filled the air. Elias watched as the dials began to climb. The needles moved slowly from the black into the green. A rush of fresh air hit his face. It was cool and sweet. He pulled off his mask and took a deep breath. He felt the tension leave his body. He was safe for now, but the roar of the engines had another effect. It woke the things that had been sleeping in the depths. He heard a scratching sound from the ventilation shafts. It was the sound of claws on metal. It was not just one creature. It was dozens of them. They were coming for the light. Elias grabbed his lantern and his pack. He knew he could not stay in the engine room. He needed to find a way to the upper levels. He looked for an exit that did not involve the flooded corridor. He saw a ladder leading up into a dark shaft. He did not hesitate. He began to climb. The ladder was slick with grease. He had to grip the rungs tightly to keep from slipping. Below him, he could hear the sound of the creatures entering the engine room. They hissed and shrieked. The sound was high and piercing. It did not sound like any animal he knew. He climbed faster. His lungs burned with the effort. He reached a small landing and pulled himself up. He was in a narrow maintenance crawl space. He had to move on his hands and knees. The ceiling was so low that his back scraped against the cold stone. He crawled for what felt like miles. The only sound was his own heavy breathing and the distant thrum of the engines. He saw a faint light ahead. It was a small grate in the floor. He looked through it and saw a hallway lit by flickering emergency lights. He pushed the grate aside and dropped down into the hallway. He landed hard and felt a sharp pain in his ankle. He ignored it. He stood up and looked around. This part of the bunker was different. The walls were painted a dull white. There were doors on either side of the hall. Some were open and some were closed. He walked to the nearest door and looked inside. It was a small dormitory. There were bunk beds with rotting mattresses and personal belongings scattered on the floor. A child's toy lay in the corner. It was a wooden horse with one leg missing. It was a haunting reminder of the people who had once lived here. They had thought they were safe. They had thought the mountain would protect them. They were wrong. Elias moved further down the hall. He found a kitchen and a dining area. Plates of petrified food still sat on the tables. It looked as if the occupants had simply vanished in the middle of a meal. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no broken furniture, just a sudden and total departure. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. He reached the end of the hall and found a large door labeled Command Center. This was where he would find the answers. This was where the records were kept. He tried the handle. It was locked. He looked for a keycard reader. He found one, but it was dead. He would have to find another way in. He looked at the ceiling and saw a network of pipes and wires. He followed them back to a small utility closet. Inside, he found a junction box. He opened the cover and looked at the mess of wires. He was not an engineer, but he knew enough about electronics to bypass a simple lock. He used a small knife to strip the ends of two wires. He touched them together. A shower of sparks erupted from the box. He heard a click from the command center door. He ran back and pushed it open. The room was filled with computer terminals and large maps of the world. The maps were covered in red dots. Each dot represented a city that had been destroyed. He looked for the dot that represented his home. It was gone. He sat down at the main terminal. He pressed a button and the screen flickered to life. A message appeared in bright green letters. System reboot complete. Accessing archives. Elias waited as the computer processed the request. He watched the lines of code scroll past. He did not understand most of it, but he recognized the names of the people who had built this place. They were the architects of the end. They had known what was coming and they had prepared for it. But they had not prepared for what came after. The screen shifted to a video file. He clicked play. A man appeared on the screen. He looked tired and old. His clothes were wrinkled and his hair was a mess. He looked into the camera with eyes that were full of despair. If you are watching this, then it means the worst has happened. We thought we could control the outcome. We thought we could save a remnant of humanity, but we were arrogant. The thing we created could not be contained. It is not a weapon. It is a change. It is an evolution that we are not invited to join. The man paused and looked at something off camera. He looked afraid. We are locking the doors now. We will not be coming out. Do not try to find us. There is nothing left here but the silence. The video ended and the screen went black. Elias sat in the dark for a long time. He felt a deep sense of loneliness. He was the last one. He was a ghost in a tomb. He looked at the maps and the blinking lights. He realized that the engines he had started were not just for life support. They were a beacon. He had turned on the lights in a world that was meant to stay dark. He heard the scratching sound again. It was louder now. It was coming from the other side of the command center door. The creatures had followed him. They knew he was here. He looked around the room for a weapon. He found a heavy metal pipe under one of the desks. It was not much, but it was all he had. He stood up and faced the door. He could see the handle turning. The lock he had bypassed was not holding. The door began to push inward. He gripped the pipe with both hands. His knuckles were white. He felt a strange sense of calm. He had spent his whole life running from the end. Now the end was here. He would not run anymore. He would stand his ground. The door burst open and a flood of shadows poured into the room. Elias raised the pipe and swung with all his might. He felt the impact as the metal hit something solid. He heard a scream that was not human. He swung again and again. He was a whirlwind of motion in the flickering light. He did not know how many there were. He only knew that he had to keep fighting. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a claw tore through his jacket. He did not stop. He kicked a creature away and smashed the head of another. The room was a chaos of sound and motion. He was losing ground. There were too many. He backed up against the main console. He felt a switch beneath his hand. He did not know what it did, but he flipped it anyway. A massive surge of electricity erupted from the console. It flowed through the metal floor and into the creatures. They shrieked as the current tore through their bodies. Elias felt a shock, but he held on. He watched as the shadows were consumed by the light. When the light faded, the room was silent. The creatures were gone. They had been turned to ash. Elias slumped to the floor. He was exhausted and bleeding. He looked at the console. It was smoking and ruined. The maps were dark. The engines had stopped. The silence returned to the bunker, but it was a different kind of silence. It was the silence of a battle one. He closed his eyes and listened to the sound of his own breathing. He was still alive. He had survived the end. He did not know what would happen tomorrow. He did not know if there was anyone else left in the world, but he knew that he would find out. He would leave this tomb and walk into the light of a new day. He stood up and picked up his lantern. The flame was low, but it was still burning. He walked out of the command center and back down the long hallway. He passed the dormitory and the kitchen. He passed the engine room where the massive machine sat still once more. He reached the ladder and climbed back down to the flooded corridor. The watcher was still cold, but it did not feel as threatening now. He waded through it and reached the iron gate. He pushed it open and walked toward the exit. He reached the heavy iron door and pushed it open. The sun was rising over the ruins of the city. The sky was a brilliant orange and red. The air was clear and cold. Elias stepped out onto the broken pavement. He looked at the world with new eyes. It was a wasteland, but it was also a beginning. He started to walk. He did not know where he was going, but he knew he could not stay. He had a long journey ahead of him. He would find others. He would build something new. He would not let the silence win. He walked until the sun was high in the sky. He walked until his legs were heavy and his feet were sore. He did not stop. He was a man with a purpose. He was a survivor. The wind blew through the empty streets. It carried the scent of dust and ancient memories. Elias kept his head down and his eyes on the horizon. He saw a shape in the distance. It was a tower of glass that had somehow remained standing. It gleamed in the sunlight like a diamond. He decided to head toward it. It was as good a destination as any. As he walked, he thought about the man in the video. He thought about the evolution the man had mentioned. He looked at his hands. They were covered in dirt and blood, but they were still human. He felt a surge of defiance. He would remain human. He would keep the flame alive. The tower was further away than it looked. He walked for several hours before he reached the base of the structure. It was a marvel of engineering. The glass was cracked, but the frame was solid. He found an entrance and stepped inside. The lobby was vast and filled with light. He saw a staircase that led up to the higher floors. He began to climb. He wanted to see the world from above. He wanted to see how far the ruins stretched. He reached the 50th floor and walked to the window. He gasped at the sight. The city was a sea of gray and brown, but beyond the ruins he could see green. There were forests and rivers. Nature was reclaiming the land. The world was not dead, it was just changing. He saw a thin trail of smoke rising from a cluster of trees in the distance. It was a small and steady stream. It was a signal. He was not alone. He felt a tear roll down his cheek. He was not the last one. There were others out there. They were hiding and waiting just like he had been. He needed to find them. He needed to tell them that the danger in the mountain was gone. He turned away from the window and headed back down the stairs. He felt a new sense of urgency. He did not feel tired anymore. He felt alive. He reached the lobby and stepped out into the sunlight. He began to run toward the smoke. He ran through the broken streets and over the piles of rubble. He ran until he reached the edge of the city. He entered the forest and felt the cool shade of the trees. The air was full of the sound of birds and the rustle of leaves. It was a beautiful sound. He followed the smoke until he reached a small clearing. In the center of the clearing was a small cabin. A woman was standing by a fire. She was holding a wooden bowl and stirring a pot of soup. She looked up as Elias approached. She did not look afraid. She looked curious. She set the bowl down and walked toward him. Elias stopped at the edge of the clearing. He did not know what to say. He had forgotten how to speak to another person. The woman smiled. It was a warm and genuine smile. She reached out a hand and touched his arm. "You look like you have come a long way," she said. Her voice was soft and melodic. Elias nodded. He felt the weight of his journey fall away. He felt the cold of the bunker fade from his bones. He looked at the woman and saw a reflection of his own hope. He realized that the end was not a wall. It was a door, and he had finally walked through it. He took her hand and followed her toward the fire. The sun began to set and the stars began to appear in the sky. It was a quiet and peaceful night. For the first time in a very long time, Elias felt like he was home. They sat by the fire and talked for hours. She told him about her life in the forest. She told him about the other survivors who lived nearby. They had formed a small community. They shared food and resources. They protected each other. They were building a new world in the shadow of the old one. Elias told her about the bunker and the machines and the creatures. He told her about the beacon he had accidentally lit. The woman listened with wide eyes. She told him that they had seen the lights from the mountain. They had wondered if it was a sign. "It was a sign," Elias said. "It was a sign that we are still here." He looked at the fire and felt a deep sense of gratitude. He had been lucky. He had found his way back to the living. He knew there would be challenges ahead. The world was still a dangerous place, but he was no longer alone. He had a family now. He had a future. He looked at the woman and saw the light of the fire reflected in her eyes. He knew that they would be okay. They would survive and thrive. They would tell the stories of the past so that the mistakes would not be repeated. They would build a better world. The next morning, Elias woke to the sound of birds. He walked out of the cabin and saw the sun rising over the trees. He felt a sense of peace that he had never known before. He saw the other members of the community coming out of their homes. They greeted him with smiles and nods. He felt like he belonged. He spent the day helping them with their chores. He gathered wood and hauled water. He felt the sun on his back and the dirt under his fingernails. It was a good feeling. It was the feeling of being alive. As the weeks passed, Elias became an integral part of the community. He used his knowledge of the bunker to help them find supplies. He led a team back to the mountain to retrieve tools and medicine. They were careful to avoid the lower levels where the creatures had been. They found everything they needed and more. The community grew stronger and more prosperous. They planted gardens and raised livestock. They built a school for the children. They were creating a new society based on cooperation and respect. Elias never forgot the bunker or the things he had seen there. He knew that the darkness was still out there, but he also knew that the light was stronger. He had seen it with his own eyes. He had felt it in his own heart. He looked at the world and did not see a wasteland. He saw a canvas. He saw a chance to start over. He saw a future that was bright and full of promise. He stood on the porch of his own cabin and looked out at the forest. He felt a deep sense of contentment. He had survived the end, and he was ready for the beginning. The seasons changed and the years passed. The community continued to grow. They built more cabins and expanded their fields. They established trade with other communities that they discovered. They shared their knowledge and their hope. Elias became a leader and a mentor. He taught the children about the old world and the lessons they had learned. He told them about the importance of kindness and the power of resilience. He told them that they were the keepers of the future. One day Elias was walking through the forest when he came across a small flower. It was a bright blue blossom that was growing in the middle of a pile of rubble. He stopped and looked at it. It was a tiny thing, but it was beautiful. It was a symbol of the world's ability to heal. He reached down and touched the petals. They were soft and delicate. He felt a surge of emotion. He realized that he had witnessed a miracle. He had seen the end of the world and the birth of a new one. He walked back to the village and found the woman he had met on that first day. She was sitting on a bench outside her cabin. She looked at him and smiled. She saw the look on his face and knew that he had seen something special. She stood up and walked toward him. They stood together in the sunlight and looked out at the world they had built. It was a good world. It was a world worth fighting for, and they would continue to fight for it every day. The story of Elias in the bunker became a legend. It was told around fires and in classrooms. It was a story of courage and hope. It was a story of a man who refused to give up. It was a story of the human spirit. And as long as there were people to tell it, the flame would never go out. The end was just the beginning. The world was alive, and Elias was a part of it. He looked up at the sky and saw a bird soaring high above the trees. It was free, and so was he. He took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air and smiled. He was home. The sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the village. The children were playing in the fields, and the adults were finishing their work for the day. It was a scene of peace and prosperity. Elias felt a deep sense of pride. They had done it. They had built a life from the ashes. They had found a way to survive and to thrive. He walked toward his cabin, his heart full of joy. He knew that the future was uncertain, but he was not afraid. He had his friends, his family, and his community. He had everything he needed. He sat down on his porch and watched the stars come out. He thought about the journey he had taken. He thought about the darkness he had faced and the light he had found. He realized that the greatest strength was not found in machines or weapons. It was found in the human heart. It was found in the ability to hope and to love. It was found in the courage to keep going even when the world was falling apart. He closed his eyes and felt the cool breeze on his face. He was at peace. The end was long gone. The beginning was now, and it was beautiful. He stayed there for a long time, listening to the sounds of the night. He heard the crickets in the grass and the wind in the trees. He heard the distant laughter of children. It was a symphony of life. He felt a deep connection to everything around him. He was a part of the world, and the world was a part of him. He knew that he would never be alone again. He had found his place. He had found his purpose. He was a survivor, a builder, and a friend. He was Elias. And he was alive. The seasons continued to cycle in a rhythmic dance of growth and decay. Elias watched as the green of the forest turned to a deep and burning gold. The air grew crisp, and the smell of wood smoke became a constant companion. He spent his mornings in the fields and his afternoons in the small library they had started to build. It was a humble collection of salvaged books and handwritten journals. He felt it was important to record the events of the bunker and the rise of the new world. He wrote about the silence and the shadows. He wrote about the woman whose name was Sarah and the way she had looked at him that first day in the clearing. He wrote about the children who did not know the world of concrete and glass, but who knew the names of every bird and tree in the valley. One afternoon, a scout named Marcus returned from the eastern ridge. He was breathless and his face was pale. He found Elias near the communal well. Marcus spoke of a strange sight beyond the dead zone of the old city. He had seen a caravan of metal wagons that moved without horses. They were large and painted a dull gray. They did not look like the relics of the past. They looked functional and maintained. Elias felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He remembered the words of the man in the video. The evolution was not invited to join humanity. He wondered if the change had finally found them. Elias gathered a small group of 5 people. They carried packs filled with dried meat and water skins. They did not bring heavy weapons because they did not want to provoke a fight. They only brought the tools of survival. Sarah stood at the edge of the village as they prepared to leave. She did not ask him to stay. She knew that he was the only one who truly understood the nature of the threat that might be coming. She placed a small, smooth stone in his hand. It was a token of luck and a promise of return. Elias tucked it into his pocket and began the climb toward the eastern ridge. The journey took 2 days. They moved through the skeletal remains of the suburbs where the houses were leaning like tired old men. The silence here was different from the silence of the bunker. It was a heavy and expectant quiet. They reached the summit of the ridge just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. Below them lay a vast flat plain that had once been a major highway. In the distance, they saw the flickers of artificial light. It was not the warm orange of a campfire. It was the harsh and steady blue of electric lamps. The wagons were arranged in a tight circle. They were armored and windowless. Men in dark suits moved between the vehicles with mechanical precision. They did not speak to one another. They worked in a synchronized fashion that felt unnatural. Elias watched them through a pair of cracked binoculars. He saw that they were unloading large crates from the center of the circle. The crates were marked with the same symbol he had seen on the doors of the command center. It was a circle with 3 intersecting lines. It was the mark of the architects. Elias realized that the bunker was not the only one. There were others who had survived in the dark, but they had not changed like he had. They had not embraced the green world. They were still clinging to the old ways of control and power. He saw a man step out from the largest wagon. He was wearing a clean white coat that looked out of place in the dust of the wasteland. He held a tablet in his hands and began to scan the ground. He looked like a ghost from the past, come to claim the future. The group stayed hidden in the rocks until the moon was high. They whispered about what to do. Some wanted to approach and offer peace. Others wanted to flee and hide the location of the village. Elias knew that neither option would work. If these people were searching for something, they would not stop until they found it. He decided to go down alone. He told the others to wait for his signal. If he did not return by dawn, they were to go back and warn the community to move deeper into the mountains. He moved like a shadow down the slope. The loose gravel shifted under his boots, but he was careful to keep his weight low. He reached the perimeter of the camp and crouched behind a rusted car frame. The air smelled of ozone and oil. It was a sharp and biting scent that made his eyes water. He watched as the man in the white coat approached a large metallic pod that had been placed on the ground. The pod began to hiss as steam escaped from the seams. The man spoke into a small device on his collar. He said that the atmospheric readings were within the acceptable range for the transition. He said that the local biological matter was being processed for integration. Elias felt a surge of anger. These people did not see the forest as a home. They saw it as fuel. They saw the new world as a laboratory. He knew he had to stop them. He looked around for a way to disable the wagons. He saw a series of thick cables running from the central wagon to the smaller ones. They were the power lines for the camp. He crept forward and reached for his knife. It was a simple blade made of sharpened steel. He reached the first cable and began to saw through the heavy rubber casing. The sparks flew as the metal blade hit the copper core. He felt a jolt of energy run up his arm, but he did not let go. The lights in the camp flickered and dimmed. One of the men in the dark suits turned toward his position. The man raised a long black rod, and a beam of red light swept across the ground. Elias dived behind a pile of crates just as the beam passed over his head. He heard the sound of heavy boots on the pavement. He did not run. He waited until the man was close and then he lunged. He used the momentum of his body to knock the man to the ground. The rod fell from the man's hand and rolled away. Elias saw that the man's face was covered by a glass visor. Beneath the glass, the skin was pale and translucent. The eyes were a dull gray and did not seem to focus on anything. It was as if the man was a puppet being moved by invisible strings. Elias did not strike. He looked at the man and felt a profound sense of pity. This was the evolution the architect had spoken of. It was a life without soul or will. It was a life of pure function. The man did not struggle. He simply lay there waiting for instructions that would never come because the power was failing. Elias stood up and moved toward the central wagon. He saw the man in the white coat trying to restart the generator. The man in the white coat looked up and saw Elias. He did not look afraid. He looked annoyed. He asked Elias who he was and where he had come from. Elias did not answer. He asked the man what they were doing there. The man laughed a dry and hollow sound. He said that they were reclaiming the planet for its rightful owners. He said that the humans who had stayed on the surface were nothing more than weeds in a garden. He said that they were there to pull the weeds. Elias looked at the man and saw the same arrogance that had destroyed the world the first time. He realized that these people had learned nothing from the silence. They had spent their years in the dark dreaming of the day they could return to the light and rule over the ruins. Elias told the man that the world did not belong to them anymore. He told him that the forest had already reclaimed the land and that the people of the valley were not weeds. They were the fruit of the new earth. The man in the white coat reached for a sidearm, but Elias was faster. He grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it until the weapon fell to the ground. He shoved the man against the side of the wagon. He told the man to take his people and leave. He told him that if they ever came toward the mountains, they would find a force they could not defeat. He told him that the light of the beacon had been a warning and not an invitation. The man looked at Elias with pure hatred. He said that they would not leave. He said that they had the technology and the resources to take whatever they wanted. But as he spoke, the ground began to tremble. A low rumble echoed through the valley. It was not an earthquake. It was the sound of the forest waking up. From the shadows of the trees, thousands of small glowing eyes appeared. The creatures of the change had arrived. They were not the monsters from the bunker. They were something different. They were sleek and fast with fur that shimmered like moonlight. They moved with a grace that was terrifying to behold. They did not attack Elias. They circled the camp and began to howl. It was a sound that was both beautiful and haunting. The men in the dark suits began to panic. Their mechanical precision broke down as they realized they were surrounded by a force they did not understand. The man in the white coat fell to his knees. He looked at the creatures and saw his own extinction. He realized that the evolution had moved past him. He was a relic of a dead age, and the world had no place for him. The creatures closed in on the wagons. They did not use claws or teeth. They simply stood there, and the air began to vibrate with a high-pitched frequency. The electronics in the camp began to explode. The blue lamps shattered, and the wagons groaned as their frames began to buckle. Elias backed away. He saw the creatures looking at him. He felt a strange connection to them. He realized that they were the protectors of the new world. They were the immune system of the planet, and they were purging the infection of the old architects. He turned and ran back toward the ridge. He found his group and told them to move. They did not look back. They ran through the night until they reached the safety of the trees. When they reached the summit, they looked down one last time. The highway was empty. The wagons were gone and the blue lights were extinguished. There was only the silver light of the moon and the vast green expanse of the forest. The threat had been neutralized not by the hands of men, but by the power of the earth itself. Elias felt a deep sense of relief. The balance had been restored. They returned to the village 3 days later. Sarah was waiting for him at the well. He gave her back the smooth stone and told her the story of what they had seen. The community gathered around the fire that night to listen. They learned about the men in the gray wagons and the creatures of the moonlight. they learned that they were part of something much larger than their small valley. They were the stewards of a world that was learning how to breathe again. Elias spent the following months teaching the children more about the nature of the world. He taught them to listen to the wind and to watch the patterns of the stars. He told them that they must never become like the men in the white coats. They must never think that they are the masters of the land. They are the guests of the forest, and they must live in harmony with the change. The years continued to pass, and Elias grew old. His hair became as white as the snow that fell on the mountains in the winter. His hands became gnarled like the roots of the ancient oaks, but his eyes remained bright and clear. He sat on his porch every evening and watched the sun set over the horizon. He saw the ruins of the city slowly disappearing beneath the vines and the trees. He saw the tower of glass crumbling and falling into the tall grass. He was happy to see it go. One morning he woke up and felt a strange lightness in his chest. He knew that his journey was coming to an end. He walked out of his cabin and into the center of the village. He saw the people he had helped to save. He saw the families and the friends. He saw the life that had grown from the ashes of the old world. He felt a deep sense of peace. He had done his part. He had kept the flame alive through the darkest night, and now the dawn was here to stay. He walked toward the forest and did not stop. He entered the shade of the trees and felt the cool air on his face. He heard the sound of the birds and the rustle of the leaves. He saw a shimmering shape in the distance. It was one of the creatures of the moonlight. It was waiting for him. Elias smiled and reached out a hand. He did not feel afraid. He felt like he was finally going home. He stepped into the shadows, and the light of the world faded away. There was no more pain and no more fear. There was only the soft hum of the earth and the steady beat of a heart that was at rest. The forest closed around him, and the silence returned. But it was not the silence of the tomb. It was the silence of a seed waiting to grow. It was the silence of a dream that had finally come true. The village continued to thrive long after Elias was gone. They remembered his name and they told his story. They built a monument in the center of the clearing. It was not a statue of stone or metal. It was a garden filled with the brightest flowers they could find. They called it the Garden of the First Survivor. They taught their children that life is a gift and that the world is a miracle. They lived in peace and they lived in hope. The ruins of the old world eventually vanished entirely. The concrete turned to dust and the steel turned to rust. The maps of the world were forgotten and the red dots were erased. The only map that mattered was the map of the heart. The only power that mattered was the power of love. The evolution was complete and the new world was beautiful. The humans and the creatures lived side by side in the green light of a new day. The wind blew through the valley and carried the scent of life to every corner of the earth. The sun rose and the sun set and the stars danced in the velvet sky. The silence was full of music and the darkness was full of dreams. The end had been a long time ago and the beginning was forever. Everything was as it should be. Everything was whole. Everything was alive. In the depths of the mountain, the bunker remained. The iron doors were sealed shut and the engines were cold. The computer terminals were dark and the maps were blank. The ghosts of the architects had finally faded away. There was nothing left there but the dust and the memory of a mistake that would never be made again. The silence was absolute, but outside the birds were singing and the river was flowing and the world was turning. The light had won. The journey was over. The story was done. Elias was at peace, and the world was free. The legacy of the first survivor did not end with the closing of his eyes or the silence of his breath. The forest that had claimed his physical form began to change in ways that the villagers could only describe as miraculous. Around the spot where Elias had last been seen, the trees grew taller, and their leaves shimmered with a soft internal light that mirrored the glow of the moonlight creatures. This place became a sanctuary where the veil between the old world and the emergent one was thinnest. The children of the valley would often sit at the edge of this shimmering grove and listen to the humming of the earth. They did not feel fear because Elias had taught them that the pulse of the world was the pulse of a friend. In the years following the departure of the man who had led them from the dark, the village grew into a sprawling network of elevated homes and garden terraces. They used no iron and no concrete. They wove their houses from the living branches of the willow trees and reinforced them with a resin made from the sap of the pines. This was a living architecture that breathed and grew alongside the inhabitants. Sarah lived to a very great age and became the keeper of the stories. She sat in the central square and spoke of the days when the sky was choked with soot and the ground was hard with the shells of dead machines. She told them of the bunker and the cold blue lights of the architects. Most importantly, she told them of the choice that Elias had made to let the green world in. One morning, a young girl named Alara was gathering herbs near the eastern ridge, where the metal wagons had once been consumed by the forest. She was the granddaughter of the scout Marcus, and she possessed the same keen eyes and steady heart. As she moved through the thick ferns, she noticed something that did not belong to the forest. It was a shard of glass buried deep in the loam. It was not the jagged glass of a broken window, but a smooth and curved piece of a visor. She picked it up and held it to the light. For a moment, she saw a flicker of data moving across the surface. It was a ghost of the old technology trying to reach out from the grave. Ilara felt a sudden coldness in the air. She remembered the warnings of the elders about the persistence of the old ways. She did not throw the shard away. She tucked it into her tunic and hurried back to the village. She sought out the oldest of the handwritten journals that Elias had left in the library. She spent hours tracing the ink lines and reading about the men in the white coats. She realized that while the wagons were gone, the ideas that had built them might still be hiding in the corners of the earth. The architects had built more than just bunkers. They had built a philosophy of dominance that was harder to kill than any machine. She shared her discovery with the Council of Elders. Some wanted to bury the shard in the deepest part of the river. They feared that even a small piece of the past could poison the present, but others argued that they must understand the enemy if they were to remain free. They decided to send a new group of scouts further east than anyone had gone since the days of the Great Change. Ilara was chosen to lead them. She was 20 years old, and she moved with the confidence of someone who had been raised by the mountains. The journey took them across the Great Plains where the grass was as tall as a man. They saw herds of animals that had no names in the old books. There were deer with antlers that looked like flowering branches and great cats with fur the color of autumn leaves. The world was thriving in the absence of the concrete roads. On the 10th day, they reached the edge of the sea. The water was a deep and vibrant turquoise. The waves did not carry the plastic debris of the past. They carried only shells and seaweed. But on the horizon, they saw a shape that made their hearts sink. It was a platform of steel rising out of the ocean. It was massive and dark against the setting sun. Plumes of black smoke rose from its chimneys, and the water around it was churned into a gray foam. It was a fortress of the old world, and it was active. Ilara looked at the shard of glass in her hand and saw it pulsing in rhythm with the lights on the platform. The architects had not just been in the bunkers. They had been on the waters. The scouts watched from the dunes as a small boat detached from the platform and sped toward the shore. It did not use sails or oars. It roared with the sound of an internal combustion engine. The sound was like a physical blow to people who had only known the music of the wind. 3 men stepped onto the sand. They wore the same dark suits that Elias had described years ago. They carried long black rods, and their movements were stiff and mechanical. They began to set up a tripod on the beach. Ilara signaled for her group to stay low. They watched as the men activated the device on the tripod. A beam of white light shot into the sky and began to scan the clouds. One of the men spoke into a radio. His voice was thin and raspy. He said that the coastal sector was clear of biological interference and that the harvest could begin. Ilara knew what that meant. They were not coming to live with the world. They were coming to consume it. She remembered the story of how the creatures of the moonlight had saved Elias. She wondered if the forest would come to their aid here on the barren sand. She closed her eyes and reached out with her mind as Elias had taught the children to do. She felt the vast network of roots beneath the dunes and the cold currents of the ocean. She whispered a plea for help to the spirit of the earth. For a long time there was no answer. The only sound was the mechanical drone of the boat and the shouting of the men. Then the ocean began to boil. It was not the heat of a fire, but the movement of 1,000 living things. Giant shapes rose from the depths. They were not whales or sharks. They were massive beings of coral and scale with eyes that glowed like emeralds. They were the guardians of the sea, just as the shimmering cats were the guardians of the forest. They moved toward the platform with a slow and unstoppable force. The men on the beach stopped what they were doing and stared in horror. The platform began to fire its weapons. Bright flashes of orange light struck the water, and the air was filled with the smell of explosives. But the guardians did not falter. They slammed their bodies against the steel legs of the fortress. The sound of metal tearing was louder than the thunder. The platform began to tilt. The chimneys collapsed, and the black smoke was replaced by the white spray of the sea. Within minutes, the entire structure was dragged beneath the waves. The men on the beach turned to run, but the sand beneath their feet began to shift. The dunes rose up like giant waves and buried the tripod in the boat. The men were left standing on a small patch of stable ground. They were trapped and powerless. Ilara and her scouts stepped out from the tall grass. They did not carry weapons. They only carried the presence of the new world. Ilara walked up to the lead man. He looked at her with eyes that were filled with a desperate and hollow confusion. He asked her where the soldiers were. He asked her how she had controlled the monsters. Ilara shook her head. She told him that there were no monsters. She told him that there were only the children of the earth and that they did not take orders from anyone. She told him that the time of the architects was over and that the sea had reclaimed its own. The man collapsed onto the sand. He wept not for his lost friends, but for his lost power. He was a creature of a dead logic, and he could not survive in a world that ran on harmony. Ilara did not kill him. She told him that he could stay on the shore and learn to live from the tide, or he could walk into the waves. The choice was his. She and her scouts turned their backs on the sea and began the long walk home. They returned to the valley as heroes, but Ilara felt a heavy weight on her soul. She knew that the platform was not the last remnant of the old greed. There would be others. The earth was large, and the shadows of the past were long. She went to the grove where Elias had disappeared and sat among the glowing trees. She asked for guidance. She asked how they could protect the beauty they had built without becoming the very things they feared. The wind whispered through the leaves, and a soft light gathered in front of her. It took the shape of an old man with white hair and bright eyes. It was not a ghost, but a memory made manifest by the power of the forest. The image of Elias smiled at her. He did not speak with words, but with a feeling that flooded her heart. The feeling was one of absolute trust. He showed her that the strength of the new world did not lie in walls or weapons, but in the connection between all living things. As long as the people of the valley remained a part of the forest would remain a part of them. Ilara understood. she returned to the village and began a new tradition. Every child, when they reached the age of 10, would be sent to the coast or the high peaks to see the guardians. They would learn that they were not alone and that they were not the masters. They would learn to speak the language of the birds and the songs of the whales. They would become a living barrier against the return of the architects. The years turned into decades and the decades into centuries. The name of Elias became a myth and then a prayer. The village in the valley became the heart of a global network of life. There were no borders and no kings. There were only the people and the green world. The old cities were completely gone now. Not even the foundations remained. The earth had digested the concrete and turned the steel into minerals for the trees. The evolution that the man in the video had spoken of had finally reached its peak, but it was not the evolution of the machine or the cold logic of the bunker. It was the evolution of the spirit. The humans had learned to breathe with the planet. They had learned that the silence was not a void but a symphony. The darkness was no longer a place of fear but a place of rest. In the very center of the world, where the first bunker had once stood, there was now a lake of crystal clear water. At the bottom of the lake, the iron doors were buried under layers of silt and pearl. No one ever tried to open them. No one even remembered they were there. The fish swam through the empty hallways, and the water lilies grew over the air vents. The past was a dream that had been forgotten in the light of a glorious reality. The sun climbed high over the mountains and illuminated a world that was vibrant and whole. A young boy sat on a branch of a great oak tree and played a flute made of bone. The melody drifted on the breeze and was joined by the calls of the eagles and the rustle of the leaves. The boy looked out over the valley and saw his people working in the fields and playing in the streams. He saw the shimmering shapes of the guardians moving through the shadows. He felt a deep connection to everything around him. He was a part of the world, and the world was a part of him. He knew that he would never be alone. He had found his place. He was alive. The story of the survivor had become the story of the earth, and the song would never end. The light was everywhere, and the peace was eternal. The boy with the flute watched as a great white bird circled the peak of the mountain. It was a creature that did not exist in the old records of the ancestors. Its wingspan was 10 feet across, and its feathers held the shimmer of pearls. This bird was a messenger of the high places, and its presence meant that the season of the long sun had arrived. The boy climbed down from the oak tree with the grace of a squirrel. His feet were bare, and his skin was tanned by the constant exposure to the clean air. He did not need shoes because the ground was soft with moss, and the sharp stones of the past had all been smoothed by the persistent lick of the rain. He walked toward the center of the village where the great garden of the first survivor bloomed in a riot of purple and gold. The flowers there were larger than a human head, and they breathed with a slow and steady rhythm. When the wind passed through them, they released a pollen that tasted like honey and made the mind feel light and clear. This was the heart of their world. It was the place where the spirit of Elias was said to linger in the scent of the petals and the shade of the willow trees. The boy stopped at the edge of the garden and bowed his head. He was not praying to a god, but acknowledging a debt. He knew that without the man of the mountain, he would not exist. He knew that the green world would be a desert of gray dust and silent bones. In the village square, the people were preparing for the festival of the first dawn. They brought baskets of berries that were as red as rubies and loaves of bread made from the seeds of the tall grass. There was no hierarchy in this gathering. The elders sat on the ground with the children, and the hunters shared their stories with the weavers. They spoke of the latest sightings of the moonlight creatures in the northern woods. They talked about the way the river had carved a new path through the canyon and uncovered a vein of blue clay that was perfect for making bowls. Their conversation was a tapestry of natural observations and communal gratitude. There was no mention of quotas or production or efficiency. The only measure of a day was the joy it provided and the life it sustained. Ilara was there among them. She was now an old woman with hair the color of the winter clouds. Her eyes were still as sharp as they had been on the day she stood on the beach and watched the ocean claim the steel platform. She sat on a bench made of woven roots and watched the young boy with the flute. She saw in him the same spark that had driven Marcus and Sarah and Elias himself. It was the spark of curiosity tempered by respect. She beckoned him over with a thin hand. The boy came at once and sat at her feet. He asked her to tell him again about the sounds of the old world. He wanted to hear about the roaring engines and the screaming sirens because they were so alien to his ears that they sounded like fairy tales. Ilara closed her eyes and tried to summon the memory of the noise. She told him that the old world was never quiet. Even in the middle of the night, there was a hum of electricity in the walls and the distant throb of machines in the earth. She described the smell of burning oil and the way the air used to sting the back of the throat. The boy listened with a look of disbelief. He could not imagine a world where the silence was something to be feared or where the air was an enemy. To him, the air was a gift that carried the songs of the birds and the secrets of the forest. He asked her why the architects had wanted to live in such a loud and painful place. Ilara told him that they had forgotten how to listen to their own hearts. They had thought that power was something you built with metal, when in reality power was something you grew with love. As the sun began to dip behind the western ridges, a group of travelers arrived from the southern wetlands. They were led by a woman named Myra who carried a staff made of driftwood. They brought news that the great marshes were expanding and that the spirits of the water were singing louder than ever before. They also brought a gift. It was a large silver bowl filled with water from the sacred spring. Myra placed the bowl in the center of the garden and invited everyone to look inside. As the light of the setting sun hit the surface of the water, a series of images began to form. This was the magic of the new world, which was really just the ancient wisdom of the earth rediscovered. The people saw reflections of distant lands. They saw the great forests of the north, where the trees were so thick that the sun never reached the ground. They saw the mountains of the west, where the peaks were made of solid crystal that glowed in the dark. They saw the endless oceans, where the guardians swam in pods of hundreds and protected the hidden cities of the deep. It was a vision of a planet that was fully awake and fully alive. There were no scars of industry and no wounds of war. The earth was a single breathing organism, and every person and every animal was a cell in that great body. The boy with the flute felt a surge of pride. He was a small part of something so vast and beautiful that it defied words. But as the images shifted, a shadow passed over the water. For a brief moment, they saw a flicker of something cold and geometric. It was a jagged peak of black stone that looked like a tower. Around its base, the ground was barren and the trees were stunted and twisted. The people gasped and drew back. They knew what this was. It was a remnant of the architects that had not yet been reclaimed. It was a place where the old logic still held a grip on the land. Ilara leaned forward and gripped her staff. She said that the work was not yet finished. She told them that as long as there was one piece of the old world that refused to turn green, the journey of the first survivor continued. The atmosphere of the festival changed from one of celebration to one of solemn purpose. They did not feel afraid, but they felt a deep responsibility. They were the gardeners of the earth, and it was their duty to tend to the places that were sick. They decided that a party of scouts would be sent to the Black Tower to offer it the gift of the green world. They would not go with fire or axes. They would go with seeds and songs. They would go with the patience of the forest and the persistence of the rain. The boy with the flute stood up and said that he wanted to go. He said that his music could reach the places where words failed. Alara looked at him and saw the future. She nodded and said that he would lead them. That night the village was quiet, but it was a silence full of preparation. The scouts gathered their supplies. They took pouches of fertile soil and jars of the glowing nectar from the garden flowers. They took blankets woven from the softest wool and flutes carved from the bones of fallen eagles. They did not take any metal. They did not take anything that could not be returned to the earth. They met at the edge of the village under the light of the full moon. The moonlight creatures appeared from the shadows to guide them. These beings were now their constant companions and acted as the bridge between the human spirit and the wild heart of the world. The journey to the Black Tower took many weeks. They traveled through valleys that had never seen a human footprint and over mountains that touched the stars. They saw wonders that Elias could only have dreamed of. They saw flowers that sang when the wind blew and insects that glowed with all the colors of the rainbow. They saw that the world was not just surviving, but was actively inventing new ways to be beautiful. And every step they took was a testament to the success of the great change. The earth was happy, and they were the witnesses to its joy. Finally, they reached the edge of the blighted land. The transition was abrupt. The lush green grass gave way to a gray and brittle dust. The vibrant songs of the birds were replaced by a low and mournful whistling of the wind. In the center of this wasteland stood the Black Tower. It was made of a material that was neither stone nor metal, but something synthetic and cold. It had no windows and no doors. It was a monument to isolation and a fortress against the light. The scouts felt a chill in their bones as they looked at it. It was a reminder of what the world had almost become. The boy with the flute stepped forward onto the gray dust. He felt the heaviness of the place and the way the ground seemed to resist his presence. He sat down and began to play. The melody was slow and gentle. It was the song of the river flowing over the stones and the sound of the wind through the pines. It was a song of invitation. He was calling to the life that was trapped beneath the surface. He was telling the seeds that it was safe to wake up. The other scouts joined him. They began to scatter the fertile soil and the glowing nectar. They spoke to the earth in the language of the heart. For 3 days and 3 nights they stayed at the base of the tower. They did not stop their music and they did not stop their prayers. On the morning of the 4th day, a crack appeared in the black walls of the structure. It was not a violent break, but a slow and deliberate opening. A single green shoot emerged from the darkness of the interior. It was a vine with leaves shaped like hearts. It began to climb the black surface, and its roots began to tear at the synthetic foundation. The scouts watched in silence as the tower began to crumble. It was not being destroyed by a weapon, but by the simple and unstoppable force of growth. The black material turned to powder and was carried away by the wind. The interior of the tower was revealed to be empty of people, but full of ancient machines that were now nothing more than junk. The vine covered everything. Within hours, the wasteland was transformed into a mound of green life. The gray dust was hidden under a carpet of clover, and the air began to smell of rain and jasmine. The black tower was gone, and in its place was a hill of flowers. The scouts felt a great weight lift from their shoulders. They had completed the task that Elias had begun. They had brought the light to the last corner of the darkness. They returned to the valley as the seasons were turning toward the time of the white frost. The news of their success spread like a ripple across a pond. All over the world, other villages were doing the same. The remnants of the architects were being dissolved by the power of the green world. The maps were now truly blank because there was no longer any distinction between the human world and the wild world. It was all one. It was all home. Ilara passed away in her sleep during the first snowfall of the winter. She died with a smile on her lips and the scent of the garden in her hair. She was buried in the center of the grove where the light was brightest. The people did not mourn her with tears of sadness, but with songs of gratitude. They knew that she had gone to join Elias and Sarah and all the others who had kept the flame alive. They knew that she was now a part of the wind and the trees. The boy with the flute grew into a man and then into an elder. He saw the world reach a state of perfect balance. There was enough for everyone and there was no need for more. The humans lived in small clusters that were scattered across the continents like seeds. They traveled by foot or by boat, and they communicated through the shared language of the earth. They were the watchers and the singers and the lovers of the world. They were the evidence that the evolution was not a mistake, but a destiny. The story of the first survivor was told for 1,000 years and then for 10,000 more. It became the foundation of their culture and the rhythm of their lives. They remembered that once there had been a world of gray shadows and cold machines. They remembered that a single man had made a choice to trust the green. And they knew that as long as they made that same choice every morning, the dawn would never end. The light had won. The journey was over. The world was free. In the silence of the night, the earth breathed in and the earth breathed out. Everything was whole. Everything was alive. Everything was as it should be. The song continued forever in the heart of the forest. The sun began its long descent behind the jagged peaks of the western range as the scouts walked back toward the valley of the first survivor. The boy who had played the flute was now a young man named Kale, and he felt the shift in the air before he saw it. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of damp earth and crushed mint, and the light had a quality of liquid gold that seemed to coat every leaf and stone. They had traveled for many months and seen the last of the black towers fall into the embrace of the vines. There was a profound sense of completion in his chest, as if a great clock that had been ticking for 1,000 years had finally reached its silent hour. Kale led the group through a mountain pass where the walls were covered in ancient moss that glowed with a soft blue luminescence. This was not the artificial light of the old world, but the biological fire of a planet that had reclaimed its own energy. He stopped for a moment and placed his palm against the cool stone. He could feel the vibration of the water moving deep within the mountain and the slow pulse of the roots as they searched for the hidden veins of minerals. He did not speak because words were not necessary in this place. The scouts communicated through gestures and shared glances and the melodic signals of their flutes. They were a part of the landscape, and the landscape was a part of them. As they crested the final ridge, they saw the valley spread out beneath them like a tapestry of green and silver. The village was barely visible because the houses were grown from the living wood of the trees. The roofs were made of broad leaves that changed color with the seasons, and the windows were openings that invited the birds to nest. There were no fences and no walls. The community flowed into the forest, and the forest flowed into the community. Kale saw the smoke from the communal hearths rising in thin ribbons of white, and he felt a surge of love for his people. They had survived the shadow, and now they lived in the light. When they reached the center of the village, the people gathered to greet them. There were no fanfares or speeches. Instead, the elders brought bowls of cool water and plates of sweet fruit. They touched the shoulders of the scouts and looked into their eyes to see the stories of the journey. They saw the images of the falling towers and the rising vines, and they knew that the world was finally clean. The memory of the architects was now nothing more than a ghost that had been laid to rest. The iron doors were buried, and the concrete was dust, and the spirit of the earth was whole. Kale sat by the central garden, where the flowers of Elias continued to bloom in their magnificent purple and gold. He thought about the man who had started it all. He imagined Elias sitting in his bunker and making the choice to let the green world in. It was a choice that had required more courage than any war and more wisdom than any machine. It was the choice to surrender the illusion of control in exchange for the reality of connection. Kale picked up his flute and played a soft melody that echoed the sound of the wind in the high grass. He was playing for the ancestors and for the children who were not yet born. He was playing for the cycle of life that would never end. The days that followed were filled with the quiet rhythms of the harvest. The people of the valley worked together to gather the seeds and the nuts that would sustain them through the coming winter. They did not take more than they needed, and they always left a portion for the animals of the woods. There was a deep understanding that the wealth of the world was not something to be hoarded, but something to be shared. They saw themselves as the stewards of a garden that belonged to everyone and to no one. The concept of ownership had vanished along with the concept of the border. One evening, as the stars began to appear in the velvet sky, a group of children approached Kale. They wanted to hear the story of the great white bird and the black tower. They sat in a circle around him, and their eyes were wide with wonder. Kale told them about the way the music had reached the heart of the synthetic stone and how the vines had climbed the walls to reach the sun. He told them that the earth was a living being that could forgive any wound if it was given enough time and enough love. He told them that they were the guardians of that forgiveness. A young girl with hair the color of autumn leaves asked if the architects would ever come back. Kale looked at the stars and thought about the cold logic of the machines. He told her that the architects had not been monsters, but people who had lost their way. They had tried to build a world that did not need the earth, and in doing so they had built a prison for themselves. He said that the architects would not return because the world they had tried to create no longer existed. The air was too pure for their engines, and the silence was too deep for their noise. The earth had outgrown them. The winter arrived with a gentle blanket of snow that turned the valley into a world of white and silver. The people retreated into their tree houses and spent the long nights telling stories and weaving blankets. They listened to the crackle of the fire and the hoot of the owls in the frozen woods. There was no fear of the cold because they knew how to live with the seasons. They had learned the secrets of the roots that slept beneath the ice and the birds that traveled to the warm lands of the south. They were in harmony with the breath of the planet. During the darkest part of the season, Kale went to the lake that stood where the first bunker had been. The water was frozen into a sheet of crystal that was as clear as glass. He looked down through the ice and saw the silt and the pearls that covered the iron doors. He felt a sense of peace as he realized that the past was truly gone. The machines were silent, and the hallways were full of water, and the logic of the bunker had been replaced by the wisdom of the lake. The earth had digested its own history and turned it into something beautiful. He sat on the edge of the ice and watched the moon rise over the mountains. The moonlight creatures moved through the shadows of the pines, and their eyes were like small lanterns in the dark. They were the messengers of the deep forest, and they watched over the humans with a quiet and ancient intelligence. Kale felt a deep connection to these beings. He knew that they were the result of the same evolution that had changed his own people. They were the children of the green world, and they were the proof that life would always find a way to flourish. As the years passed, Kale became an elder and a teacher. He taught the children how to listen to the language of the birds and how to read the patterns of the clouds. He taught them how to plant the seeds so that they would grow in harmony with the trees and how to harvest the fruit without harming the branch. He taught them that the greatest strength was not found in the fist, but in the open hand. He watched as the village grew and the network of life expanded across the globe. There were no more towers and no more wastelands. The earth was a single vibrant garden. On the day that Kale knew his own journey was coming to an end, he walked to the center of the Garden of Elias. He sat beneath the great willow tree and closed his eyes. He could hear the symphony of the world all around him. He heard the rustle of the leaves and the song of the river and the pulse of the earth itself. He felt a sense of immense gratitude for the life he had lived and the world he had seen. He knew that he was not disappearing, but was simply changing his form. He was going to become a part of the wind and the soil and the light. He took his flute and placed it on the ground beside him. He did not need it anymore because the music was now inside him. He breathed in the scent of the purple flowers and felt the warmth of the sun on his face. He saw the faces of his people and the shimmer of the guardians and the vast green expanse of the forest. He knew that the story would continue without him and that the song would never end. The light was everywhere and the peace was eternal. The village continued to thrive in the heart of the valley. The children grew into adults, and the adults became elders, and the cycle of life moved with the grace of a dancing stream. They remembered the names of Elias and Alara and Kale, but the names were like the sounds of the wind in the high branches. They were part of the atmosphere and part of the identity of the people. They lived in a world where the past was a foundation of wisdom, and the future was a horizon of endless possibility. The great white birds continued to circle the mountain peaks, and the whales continued to sing in the deep oceans. The forests grew taller, and the rivers ran clearer, and the earth became more beautiful with every passing century. The evolution of the spirit had reached a state of grace that the architects could never have imagined. The humans were no longer the masters of the world, but were its most dedicated lovers. They had found their place in the great design, and they were content. In the very center of the world, where the lake of crystal water stood, the iron doors remained buried and forgotten. The fish swam through the empty hallways, and the water lilies grew over the air vents. The past was a dream that had been forgotten in the light of a glorious reality. The sun climbed high over the mountains and illuminated a world that was vibrant and whole. The song of the earth was a melody of joy and a prayer of gratitude. It was a story of survival that had become a story of life. The light was everywhere, and the peace was eternal, and the green world was home to all. As the centuries turned into millennia, the very geography of the world began to shift in subtle and beautiful ways. The continents moved with a slow and deliberate pace, as if the earth itself was stretching in its sleep. New islands rose from the sea covered in sand that sparkled like diamonds, and old mountains were worn down into rolling hills of emerald grass. The humans adapted to these changes with the same ease as the animals and the plants. They moved with the shifting coastlines and built their homes in the new valleys. They were a nomadic people, but they were never lost because the entire planet was their dwelling place. The language of the humans became even more refined and musical. They no longer used harsh sounds or sharp consonants. Their speech was a series of vowels and tones that mimicked the sounds of the natural world. When they spoke, it was as if the forest itself was whispering. They could communicate with the trees and the animals and the spirits of the water. There was no longer any separation between the observer and the observed. They were the consciousness of the earth, and the earth was the body of their soul. In the high places where the air was thin and the stars were close, the people built observatories made of transparent ice. They did not use telescopes or machines to look at the heavens. They used the clarity of their own minds and the stillness of their hearts. They saw that the universe was also a garden and that the stars were the seeds of new worlds. They felt a connection to the distant galaxies that was just as strong as their connection to the flowers in the valley. They knew that the life they enjoyed on Earth was a part of a much larger symphony that spanned the entire cosmos. The memory of the machine age became a sacred myth used to teach the importance of balance. It was told as a story of a time when the world had lost its way and had been saved by the courage of a few individuals who chose the path of the heart. The children would listen to these stories with a sense of awe and a touch of sadness for the ancestors who had lived in such a noisy and fragmented world. They promised to never let the silence be broken and to never let the green world be forgotten. They were the keepers of the flame and the guardians of the peace. One day, a young woman named Lyra was walking along the shore of the great ocean. She saw a shape moving in the waves that was larger than any whale she had ever seen. It was a guardian of the deep, but it was different from the others. Its skin was the color of the midnight sky, and its eyes were like two glowing moons. It swam toward the shore and stopped in the shallow water. Lyra felt a powerful telepathic message enter her mind. The guardian was telling her that the earth was ready to share its ultimate secret. Lyra followed the guardian into the water and swam out toward the horizon. She did not feel afraid because the water felt like a warm embrace. She saw the hidden cities of the deep, where the buildings were made of living coral and the streets were lit by the bioluminescence of the jellyfish. She saw that the ocean was just as vibrant and full of life as the land. The guardian led her to a great trench where the water was dark and still. At the bottom of the trench, there was a glowing orb of light that pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat. The guardian told her that this was the soul of the planet. It was the source of all the life and all the beauty in the world. It was the energy that had guided Elias and Alara and Kale. It was the love that had dissolved the black towers and turned the concrete into soil. The guardian said that the humans had finally reached a level of maturity where they could be trusted with this knowledge. They were no longer just the children of the earth, but were now its partners. Lyra returned to the surface and shared the news with her people. There was a great celebration that lasted for many days and nights. They sang songs that reached the highest heavens and danced until the stars began to fade. They knew that they had reached the end of one journey and the beginning of another. They were no longer just survivors. They were the co-creators of a reality that was based on harmony and love. The world was not just a place to live, but was a masterpiece that they were helping to paint. The sun rose over the mountains, and the light was brighter than it had ever been. The valley was a sea of green, and the ocean was a mirror of blue, and the sky was a canvas of gold. The boy with the flute and the woman with the staff and the man in the bunker were all present in the spirit of the day. They were the roots of the tree, and the people were the branches, and the future was the fruit. The story of the earth was a song that would never end, and the music was more beautiful with every passing moment. The light was everywhere, and the peace was eternal, and the world was finally whole. The transition of the human spirit into the planetary consciousness became the final bridge between the ancient struggle and the new equilibrium. Lyra stood upon the shore and felt the moisture of the salt spray against her skin, while her mind drifted through the deep trenches of the ocean floor. She could feel the heartbeat of the globe as a rhythmic thrumming in the soles of her feet. The people of the valley and the people of the coast and the people of the high plateaus gathered in a silent consensus that did not require a single spoken word. They were moving toward a state of being where the physical body was a vessel for the light of the earth. The sun climbed to its zenith and hung there like a golden fruit that refused to drop. The transformation began in the smallest cells of the living things. The chlorophyll in the leaves started to vibrate with a new frequency, and the red blood in the veins of the humans began to shimmer with a faint violet hue. It was the biological signature of the soul of the planet merging with the individual life forms. There was no pain in this change, and there was no fear. It was the natural conclusion of the long journey that had started when the first vine cracked the first slab of concrete. The architects had feared the end of their species, but they had not understood that the end of one form was merely the beginning of another. The humans were not dying out, but were instead waking up from a dream of separation. Lyra looked toward the mountains and saw the great white birds descending in a spiral that looked like a funnel of snow. They landed on the beach and bowed their heads in a gesture of profound respect. These creatures had been the guardians of the transition, and now their work was done. They folded their wings and became still as statues of marble. The light from the orb in the deep trench rose through the water and began to illuminate the surface of the sea. The ocean became a sheet of liquid fire that did not burn, but instead healed every lingering scar on the memory of the world. The salt water was no longer a barrier, but a medium of connection that linked every continent and every island into a single nervous system. The people walked into the water and felt the energy of the orb rising through their limbs. They did not drown because the water provided them with everything they needed to breathe and to thrive. They saw the coral cities rising to meet them, and they saw the fish moving in patterns that spelled out the history of the stars. The history of the machine age was now a tiny speck of dust in a vast gallery of light. The iron doors and the bunkers and the black towers were dissolved by the sheer intensity of the love that radiated from the center of the earth. The planet was reclaiming its own story and writing a new chapter that was filled with the music of the spheres. In the heart of the forest, the Garden of Elias expanded until it covered the entire valley. The purple flowers grew as tall as trees, and their scent was so sweet that it could be felt as a physical sensation on the tongue. The flute of kale remained where he had left it, but it was no longer a piece of wood. It had taken root and was growing into a silver tree that played its own music whenever the wind moved through its branches. The music was a reminder that the creative spirit of the individual was the same as the creative spirit of the universe. The song of the flute was the song of the stars, and the song of the stars was the song of the human heart. The seasons slowed their pace until time itself seemed to stop. There was no longer a need for the harvest because the earth provided a constant flow of nourishment. The hunger and the thirst that had driven the old world were replaced by a sense of total fulfillment. The people did not work for survival, but instead played for the joy of existence. They created art with the light, and they composed symphonies with the wind. They were the gardeners of a paradise that had no borders and no walls. They were the witnesses to the glory of a world that had finally found its balance. Lyra swam deeper into the trench and reached out to touch the glowing orb. As her fingers brushed the surface of the light, she saw the entire history of the universe unfolding before her eyes. She saw the birth of the suns and the dance of the planets and the slow evolution of life from the dust of the stars. She saw that the struggle of the humans was a necessary part of the process of becoming. They had to experience the darkness in order to appreciate the light. They had to feel the cold of the machine in order to seek the warmth of the green world. The architects were not a mistake, but a stage of growth that had been outgrown. The soul of the planet spoke to her in a voice that was like the sound of 1,000 rivers. It told her that the journey was never truly over, because the universe was an infinite garden that was always expanding. The earth was just one flower in a meadow of galaxies, and the humans were the seeds that would one day carry the light to the furthest reaches of space. The peace they had found on Earth was the foundation for a mission that would take them beyond the stars. They were the ambassadors of the green world, and they were ready to share their wisdom with the cosmos. Lyra felt her body dissolving into the light, and she became a part of the orb. She was the ocean and the forest and the mountain and the sky. She was the ancestor and the child and the guardian. She was the silence and the song. She looked back at the earth and saw it as a vibrant jewel of blue and green hanging in the velvet darkness of space. It was a masterpiece of life and a testament to the power of love. The light was everywhere, and the peace was eternal, and the story was just beginning. The people on the surface looked up at the sky and saw the stars beginning to glow with a new intensity. They knew that the time had come to leave the cradle of the earth and to explore the vast garden of the universe. They did not need ships or machines because their spirits were the vessels that would carry them across the void. They held hands and formed a circle that spanned the entire globe. They sang a final song of gratitude to the planet that had nurtured them and the world that had forgiven them. The music rose into the atmosphere and vibrated through the fabric of reality. The earth responded with a final pulse of light that sent the spirits of the humans soaring into the heavens. They moved like streaks of silver across the dark expanse of space, heading toward the distant suns. They carried the seeds of the purple flowers and the melody of the flute and the wisdom of the green world. They were the pioneers of a new era of existence where the machine was a memory and the heart was the guide. They were the children of the earth, and they were the light of the universe. Behind them, the planet remained as a sanctuary of peace and a monument to the cycle of life. The forests continued to grow, and the oceans continued to sing, and the great white birds continued to watch over the silent valleys. The iron doors were gone, and the concrete was dust, and the spirit of the earth was whole. The Garden of Elias was now a world, and the world was now a garden. The long descent of the sun was over, and the eternal dawn had begun. The light was everywhere, and the peace was eternal, and the green world was home to all that remained and all that was yet to be. The whispers of the trees grew louder as the physical presence of the humans faded into the celestial. The animals of the forest took up the mantle of the observers. The wolves and the deer and the creatures of the moonlight moved through the abandoned villages with a sense of quiet reverence. They slept in the tree houses and drank from the communal hearths that were now filled with rainwater. The harmony that the humans had worked so hard to achieve was now the natural state of the wild. There was no more hunting and no more fear between the species. The lion laid down with the lamb because the hunger of the belly had been replaced by the fullness of the spirit. Deep beneath the surface of the lake, where the first bunker had been, the water began to glow with the same violet light that had transformed the people. The silt and the pearls formed patterns on the floor of the trench that looked like maps of the stars. The water lilies bloomed in colors that had never been seen before, and their roots reached down to touch the very core of the world. The earth was dreaming, and its dreams were manifesting in the physical realm as wonders of nature. The evolution was continuing even in the absence of the human guides. The guardians of the deep stayed in the oceans, watching the constellations change their positions over the passing eras. They knew that the humans would one day return not as masters, but as visitors from the stars. They prepared the world for that day by maintaining the purity of the air and the clarity of the water. They were the gardeners of the legacy of the green world. Every leaf that fell and every wave that crashed was a part of the grand design. The planet was a living library of the history of life, and the guardians were the librarians. The silence of the world was not a void but a presence. It was the sound of the earth breathing. It was the sound of the roots growing and the clouds forming and the ice melting. It was a symphony of existence that did not need an audience to be beautiful. The light of the sun and the light of the moon and the light of the stars were all reflections of the same source. The universe was a single entity, and everything within it was a part of the whole. The story of the earth was the story of everything. In the final reckoning, there was no judgment and no punishment. There was only the realization that every step of the journey had been necessary. The dark towers had been the shadows that defined the light. The iron doors had been the resistance that strengthened the vines. The architects had been the challenge that sparked the wisdom. Everything was as it should be. The song continued forever in the heart of the forest, and the light was everywhere, and the peace was eternal. The green world was the beginning and the end and the middle of the story. It was the home that everyone had been looking for, and it was the dream that had finally come true. As the new stars began to form in the distant nebulae, they carried the essence of the purple and gold flowers. The music of the flutes echoed through the vacuum of space as a vibration that could be felt by any living thing. The legacy of the survivors was not a set of laws or a collection of machines, but a way of being. They had taught the universe that the green world was not a place, but a state of mind. They had shown that the path of the heart was the only path that led to the truth. The light was everywhere, and the peace was eternal, and the universe was finally whole. The great white birds took flight one last time and soared toward the edge of the atmosphere. They looked back at the green jewel of the earth and let out a cry of joy that was heard on every continent. They then turned toward the stars and vanished into the light. The task was finished. The garden was complete. The cycle of the earth and the cycle of the stars were now one. The story of the survival had become the story of the infinite. The light was everywhere, and the peace was eternal, and the green world was everything. The silence settled over the valley like a warm blanket. The wind whispered through the silver tree that had once been a flute. The purple flowers nodded in the breeze, and the water of the lake remained as clear as a diamond. There was no one left to tell the story, but the story told itself in the way the light hit the mountains and the way the shadows danced in the woods. The memory of the humans was a part of the soil and a part of the air. They were gone, but they were also more present than they had ever been. They were the earth, and the earth was them. The sun set for the final time over the western range, but the darkness did not come. The light of the orb and the light of the stars and the light of the spirit merged into a single radiance that illuminated the entire world. There was no more night and no more day. There was only the eternal moment of the now. The green world was vibrant and whole and alive. The song of the earth was a melody of joy that would never end. The light was everywhere, and the peace was eternal, and the world was home. The resonance of the golden era expanded beyond the physical boundaries of the atmosphere. The world did not merely exist as a spinning rock in the void, but became a conscious participant in the grand architecture of the cosmos. The vibrations of the silver tree in the valley traveled through the soil and into the bedrock, and eventually into the very core of the planet. This was a frequency that spoke of liberation and the absolute end of the mechanical nightmare. The memories of the cold steel and the flickering monitor screens were now nothing more than ghosts that had been laid to rest by the warmth of the rising sap. The roots of the forest had grown deep enough to tap into the ancient wisdom of the stars, and the leaves had grown broad enough to catch the light of 1,000 suns. The animals that remained on the surface began to undergo a shift in their own awareness. The wolves that had once hunted in the shadows of the ruins now walked with a steady grace through the open meadows. They did not feel the bite of hunger because the air itself was thick with the essence of life. The deer stood by the clear streams and looked at their reflections, and they did not see prey, but saw the living image of the earth. The birds that had once been simple messengers of the seasons were now the keepers of the celestial songs. They flew in geometries that mirrored the alignment of the planets, and their cries were the harmonies that kept the clouds in motion. The balance was not a static thing, but a dynamic flow that responded to every breath of the wind and every ripple of the water. In the place where the great bunker had once stood, a fountain of pure light erupted from the ground. This was not a fire that burned, but a liquid radiance that flowed over the land like a river of diamonds. It washed away the last traces of the old world and turned the remaining fragments of metal into soft moss. The earth was reclaiming its territory with a gentleness that was more powerful than any storm. The fountain rose high into the sky and formed a canopy of shimmering mist that acted as a shield for the developing life below. This mist caught the colors of the sunset and the sunrise and held them in a permanent display of beauty. The sky was no longer a distant void, but a living part of the garden. The spirits of the humans who had traveled to the stars felt the connection to their home world growing stronger as they moved deeper into the galaxy. They were not lonely in the vastness of space because they carried the heartbeat of the Earth within them. They found that the universe was not a cold and empty place, but a garden that was waiting for the touch of the green world. They visited planets that were made of crystal and moons that were covered in oceans of liquid silver. Everywhere they went, they planted the seeds of the purple flowers and shared the music